Good evening, South Windsor, and welcome to the South Windsor Town Council regular council meeting of September 18th at 7 p.m. Could we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilor Longo. Here. Councilor Evans.
Here.
Councilor Kubowski.
Here.
Councilor Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Pendleton.
Present.
Deputy Mayor King.
Here.
Councilor Kozakowski.
Here.
Councilor Leidecker.
Here.
Councilor Siracusa.
Present.
Well, good evening, everyone. I don't have many mayor's remarks this evening, except that we have a very busy schedule, very busy agenda, so we can move through this together here. So now we have the Councilor Siracusa adoption of the agenda, please.
I make a motion to adopt the current agenda.
Is there any corrections, deletions, additions? Second. I'm sorry, second. And then is there, Deputy Mayor King, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If we could, I'd like to move agenda item 13F, which is a resolution to, let me see, after the adoption. So we're going to move 13F directly after we adopt this agenda, as well as move item number 17, which is the executive session, after number 7, which is the public input.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion on that change of the agenda? Not seeing any. All those in favor?
No.
Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So now we'll go on to 13F, please. It's on page 8. Councilor Leidecker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Getting there. Resolution appointing Mitchell Marks to the South Windsor Board of Education. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby appoints Mitchell Marks to the Board of Education for a term ending November 13th, 2023, to fill the unexpired term of Anita Alongo, effective September 5, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilor Kubowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be voting no on this, and I appreciate Mr. Marks coming forward. It's very nice to see young folks getting involved in the town, but having served 6 years on the Board of Ed, I know that there were a lot of decisions that were made that I had to fall back on my experience in the finance world, and also with the sitting on 3 contract negotiations. A lot of times I had to fall back on my business background there as well. So I know you're on the ballot in the fall. I wish you best of luck, but it's for those reasons that for.
Thank you, Councilor Kubowski. Any other comments, Councilor Siracusa?
Similar sentiment. I'm going to abstain from the vote. I don't really know much about you. I was once told by a few people too that I was too young to be in this seat. And again, I wish you the best of luck, but I don't feel it appropriate for me to be voting yes or no for this matter.
I'm sorry, Councilor Siracusa, did you say you're going to be abstaining? Thank you. I want to make sure that I asked for that correctly. Yep. Councilor Evans.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention to those who may not be familiar with Mitchell Marks that he has been very involved in our town, even before he was of the age of voting. So he has been very active. He is also a South Windsor graduate. I think as one of 9 members of the Board of Education, it is really important that we have a young person's perspective. Being a recent graduate and a college student, and someone who has a perspective that others on the Board of Education will not have, that I will absolutely be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Evans. Any other comments? Councilor Kozakowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to also vote no on this appointment. Nothing personal, just I believe that bringing, whether it's a seat here on the council or a seat on the Board of Education, there has to be some amount of life experience that you have to bring with you to the vote, to making decisions and voting on and you know, making a difference. So I think that's that's reason for no. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Board of Ed is only going to have one meeting before the next election. So I think having one vacant seat for the next meeting, I think they can survive. So I wish you luck in the election, and good luck.
Any other comments? Not seeing any? All those in favor?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor King.
Just to be on the record, and I appreciate my colleagues and their feelings and their perspective. I will say that as a deputy mayor, that I find it encouraging that we have young people, no matter what the party is, that want to be a part of our decision-making process. I think too many times, even as a parent, we say you're not old enough. And I think there are a number of parents in here that may appreciate that. And sometimes we say you're not ready, only to have our child probably get better grades than us, only to have our child say, you know what, Dad, you might be wrong in this area, in which case I have to apologize and ask for forgiveness later. Most parents probably don't do that too much these days because we all grew up old school. Whatever we said went. That being said, again, I do appreciate my colleagues and I respect their opinions. I do, even though we do only have one meeting, I think perhaps not just for an experience sake, but even if he is there and just soaks it all in, I think that's a valuable piece that a lot of our young people are able to get. And so for that reason, I'll be voting yes, because I'm happy to see that someone of his age that has also been involved in a variety of different things in our community has put himself out there and said, you know what, I may not have all the experience that even myself has, but I do want to make a better town, and I think that you guys could appreciate my perspective as somebody that did graduate from the high school, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Again, I value my colleagues' perspectives, but for that reason, I will be voting yes for Mitchell Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor King. Any other comments?
I'd like
Councilor
to
Longo.
Thank you. I'd like to second what Deputy Mayor.
Speak louder, please, or pull it
I'd like to
closer.
second what Deputy Mayor King and Councillor Evans just mentioned. I think it speaks to Mitchell's courage that he's stepping up, and going through a municipal election is not a piece of cake, and I applaud his courage in stepping up. And I think he brings passion, and a lack of cynicism, and I think those are valuable qualities to have on the board. And I believe this next month he will use his time very usefully if we vote him in to fill my vacancy, and he will learn a lot about how the Board of Ed functions. I mean, not everyone has a background in banking or finance when we go to the Board of Ed, but we learn on the job. I am a scientist, I'm not a financier, but if it's budgeting and stuff, we sit down and learn about it, and we make the best decisions, and we ask for the advice of people who know better than us to educate us before we make a final decision. So I think Mitchell will do all those things diligently, and for that reason, kudos to you for stepping up, and I applaud your passion, so I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Councilor Longo. Councilor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also going to be voting yes because I have interacted with him for a long time, and I can believe the amount of maturity that he reflects and he projects, the knowledge on the educational system and the ideas that he has and he's going to be bringing to the board. So, voting yes.
Thank you. And I'd like to say that I will also be voting yes, because I want to tell you, when I was 19 years old, I joined the Air Force. And that takes courage to join the military at 19 years old and to leave your home. But you're going on to the Board of Ed. You would be on there for, I understand, 2 meetings, September and October. So to have a 19-year-old exposed to 2 meetings of the Board of Ed is great experience for you to have, and to have that exposure and understanding of what's going on. to sit there and use and say, oh, you have one meeting, you have 2 meetings. It's just 2 meetings right now, and then you're going to be running in the campaign, so in the election. So to have that 2 meetings of exposure and understanding, you can't do much harm in 2 meetings, I do not believe. So I don't think one person on the Board of Ed can do much harm either, because they vote collectively. So I will definitely be voting yes. Thank you. So going on to that now, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Can we get a roll call, please?
Counselor Ilongo. Counselor Evans.
Yes.
Counselor Kabasky.
No.
Counselor Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pendleton.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor King.
Yes.
Counselor Kozakowski.
No.
Counselor Leidecker.
Yes.
Counselor Siracusa.
Abstain.
Count, please.
Four yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
It should be 6 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstention.
Sorry, my apologies.
No worries, thank you. The motion carries, thank you. Now moving back to the regular agenda, congratulations, we're not moving there yet because now your swearing in is going to take place. And if I could ask the town clerk to please come forward for the swearing in. You can turn on the microphone on the lectern right there and aim it towards you because they're bendable. Bends, yep.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as a member of the South Windsor Board of Education to the best of your abilities, so help you God? I do. Congratulations.
Good luck, buddy. Enjoy your 2 meetings. And if the family would like to take pictures, if you'd like to take pictures at this time with the clerk of the council, you're more than welcome. Town clerk, I mean, not the clerk of the council, the town clerk, whatever you'd like. However, and also with the council members. And you're free to leave, family. Go celebrate. You're free to leave, yeah. Okay. So now we're moving on to the communications and reports from the town manager, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start by introducing our new health director, Melissa Pierce. I don't know if you want to come up and just say just a few brief words.
just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I've served the town of South Windsor for the past 6 years, and I look forward to growth in this position.
Congratulations on your recent graduation with your master's, and thank you for joining our community and our town.
Yeah, we've been very, yeah, I would follow that with, we've been very lucky to have Ms. Pierce on board throughout the entire pandemic, and she's been working very hard on getting her degree. It's not an easy thing to become a director of public health, and it actually has to be approved by the state of Connecticut, which we're in the process of getting that done, but we're confident that that'll be coming to us very shortly, and very pleased in having her here, and she knows how to do things the South Windsor way, which we're very excited about, so. I also wanted to ask our Fire Marshal, Walter Summers, to come on up just briefly. September is Preparedness Month related to hurricanes and disaster preparedness. He's got just a quick little spiel that he gives to all of us about being ready for all the storms and everything else, as we've just had a hurricane pass by but not hit us, so.
No, I was told to keep it, I was told to keep it quick. And thank you. All right, as the town manager said, September is Hurricane Preparedness Month, and luckily, this weekend, everything went to the east of us, so that was good. But we want to make sure that our residents are prepared. And the key to that is to have a mindset that we, just like in 2011, might be without power for a few days. And that also means that the gas stations, pharmacies, and food stores, just like in 2011, were without power for a few days. So we have a few suggestions for our residents to prepare. First is to sign up for emergency alerts. The town uses Everbridge, and you can find that link on our emergency management page. And the state has CT Alert. So if you just Google CT Alert, it'll automatically come up on your Google search, and you go in and sign up for that. So you'll get state notifications, and you can get local notifications if we do an Everbridge notice. We also recommend that everybody get a Go Kit. A Go Kit is an emergency kit that has everything that you need for a couple days of readiness. Our IT has produced a video, and it is on the emergency management page. You go to our page, and it's right there. It's a YouTube video. So Scott Roberts and his crew made up a nice 8-minute video-ish, somewhere around there. They did all the filming and everything, and it's a great little tool to help you get your Go Kit ready. Second is you should have about a week's supply of non-perishable food, water, batteries. Don't forget your medicines, you know, your pharmacy and stuff. Make sure that you have enough to get through it. And obviously fill up your cars, and if you have a generator, make sure you got fuel for your generator. And just before the storm hits or during the storm, while we still have electricity, make sure your cell phones and everything are plugged in so they're fully charged. And also, if you have those small battery packs that you can store nice power in, then I would have those charged up also. And then for your home, make sure things like your patio furniture and everything like that are secure and put away so they're not blowing around. And your gutters and downspouts, et cetera, are nice and clean so the water goes away from your house. After the storm, generator safety. Please, please don't run your generator anywhere near your house, you know, in your garage or near an open window. Carbon monoxide poison is very real, as we have seen. I think there was a death out in a NASCAR race this weekend in a motorhome that had carbon monoxide poisoning. So it is a real thing. So always make sure that your generator is well ventilated. Also, please make sure the generator is properly hooked up by an electrician or something, that you've had it properly hooked up and you're not back feeding into the grid and making it unsafe for our electric crews out there. Also, please stay away from down power lines. Us in the public safety treat every down line as live. We hope our residents will do that before we clean up. So that's about my brief presentation. You can always go on ready.gov, Red Cross, all those groups have nice checklists that you can look up and prepare for any storm. I'm done.
Thank you.
All right, moving on through the rest
Oh,
of my.
wait, does the council have any
sure.
questions? Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming this evening.
All right, moving on through the rest of my report. In terms of the Pleasant Valley Bridge update, the pouring of the concrete abutments for the bridge have started this week. Unfortunately, due to the rain and the increased levels of the river, progress has slowed. While it has not been reported that we are behind the proposed schedule, the current weather may cause some delays. As of today, expected substantial completion is by 11:30, so November 30th. There should be expected punch list items beyond that date. And there should be some minor lane closures on random days to get some of those punch list items done. But overall, the majority of the project should be done on 11:30. In terms of our splash pad update, as all of you have probably been keeping up to date on, myself and Attorney Corella had a Zoom conference call with them last week. Through that call, we talked about a number of different methods that could be used to kind of move that project along and try to see what we could do to most expediently get it to completion. Raindrop has explained to us that their preference would be to continue to work with AquaTurf, and that they would be putting in place some additional oversight and methods to ensure that that's met. We are waiting for an email from them that we should be receiving probably tomorrow to see if AquaTurf wants to continue to work with us or work on this project particularly. Currently, I'm going to be reviewing and looking at some of the town staff that are working on that project to identify the best individuals to put in place to make sure that that project moves forward in the most expedient way. So as soon as I hear back from Raindrop, I'll have some more information for all of you on that. I also wanted to make everybody aware that September is Suicide Prevention Month. In 2022, according to the CDC, there were 49,449 suicides, with the large majority of them being males between the ages of 25 and 50. I specifically wanted to provide the community with a couple of resources in the event that they know somebody or are considering suicide. First of all, you can always text 988 for a chat or a text. That's a 24/7 access to a trained crisis center. And then also we have 211, which is available to anybody in the state of Connecticut to identify personal and virtual supports. A couple items that are not on the agenda today. Birch Hill Road sidewalk survey was mailed out to residents. We've heard from a couple already that are very excited that they received it, and they're going to be responding via the QR code that was on there. Also, we've been working on the Ellington Railroad crossing, which the state is working with the railroad company to actually replace. We finally have brought both of those entities to the table to get them to work on it. So for anybody who's ever worked with a railroad company, that's a monumental task in itself. And then lastly, I wanted to make all of you aware that window replacements have started for the town hall. The windows have actually been delivered, they're on site. And interior prep has actually started today and will be ongoing for the rest of the week, particularly in the upstairs floor. That project's funded through ARPA funds for all of you who remember. And if anybody else is interested in any of the other uses for our ARPA funds, those are available on the town website as well. And I'd be happy to take any questions from the council.
Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Does anyone have any questions for the town manager? Councilor Lydecker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little concerned about the splash pad update. You had some pretty strong words with regards to AquaTurf at our last meeting. So to hear that we are going to continue with them, given the fact that they were using improper materials, that our staff had found quite a few mistakes, I'm kind of surprised we're going to continue with them. What other companies have you started researching that can pick up where AquaTurf may have potentially left off?
So I think it's important to remember the relationship that the town has with AquaTurf. The town actually has zero contractual relationship with AquaTurf, and they don't report to the town. They report directly to Raindrop. The town has a contractual relationship with Raindrop alone. Raindrop has brought to our attention a number of things that we needed, that myself and Attorney Corello were probably not aware of until this last week, that inhibited the progress of AquaTurf due to maybe some miscommunications associated with their relationship with certain entities within the town. So now that those will be rectified, we won't have that issue moving forward. And hopefully, we've made it very clear to Raindrop at this point that we are not satisfied with the work AquaTurf was doing still. And I would say they very readily understand that at this point and are going to be putting things in place in order to ensure that that work moves in a better direction. From an expedience standpoint, if we were to identify a different, or if we were to ask Raindrop to identify a different subcontractor, that would require them to identify them, bring them on site, mobilize. There would probably be some type of financial scenario where AquaTurf would have to get paid, what part the town would potentially have, and all of that could potentially impact us. So there's a lot of, unfortunately, it's not as straightforward a relationship as we would just get rid of AquaTurf and we'll bring somebody else in, because we don't have that relationship with them. So it's a bit more complicated than that.
So are you saying we have to stay with AquaTurf because of our relationship with Raindrop, because somehow we are locked in now into a contract even because there's been miscommunication errors?
Well,
so
I'm
we
not
have
saying
no
that
way to enforce certain provisions of the contract because there was miscommunication errors? Because that's concerning.
Well, we certainly can turn around to Raindrop and say we want somebody different than AquaTurf, but we do need to be aware that that's going to come with other consequences associated with it, like not getting the project done for next summer, or potentially having financial impacts to the town as a result. So we're trying to weigh out what all those things may be in order to best benefit the residents in our community by identifying what's the most expedient, cost-effective, and efficient way to move this project forward to get it done. So in the conversation that we had with Raindrop, I basically said it in that manner, and their statement to me was, we believe AquaTurf is the company to be able to do that. We would like the opportunity to be able to do that, and these are the things that we're going to look at trying to put in place moving forward. At this red hot moment, they're not confident that AquaTurf is willing to continue to work on the project. We're waiting to hear back if that's actually the case.
So AquaTurf backs out for whatever reason, if they're not willing to work with the town of South Windsor anymore. We now have a plot of land that's been ripped up at a park that we've already invested money in. So first of all, how is the town going to remedy that? And second of all, how have these miscommunication errors been addressed that's apparently starting to have a financial and quality of life impact on our town?
Correct. So I have Plan B in conversations with Raindrop. Plan B is that they've been looking for different subcontractors to potentially come out and start work on the site. That said, it does have time implications and things of that nature. That they've already been working on it. They're going to continue working on it until they actually have approval that AquaTurf's going to be moving forward. If that doesn't work, Plan C is that I've already talked with our Public Works and Parks and Rec department internally that we could pick up the work and get it done internally ourselves. And Raindrop could be the manager, not manager, but advisor for the project. That being said, the second part of your question is a personnel issue that I've already started working with and will be worked with, that I don't feel comfortable, or I don't feel it's appropriate to talk about in a public session, and be happy to talk about it in an executive session at some other point.
What is going to happen to the materials that are there if they're underground, if this cannot be finished before winter? Are these going to freeze? Are they going to crack? Are they going to cause bigger issues in the spring when the work recontinues?
So what I would say is, in the event that we get to that point, my goal would be that we would have our Public Works Department winterize the site so that we do not have losses of that nature.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Councilor Lydecker. Councilor Siracusa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just struggling to understand why we would be on the hook financially at all when none of this is at fault of our own, right? None of the town workers or anything had anything to do with the delays, right?
Well, as I
just the
said,
contractor.
It's a personnel issue that I would be happy to talk about, not in an
Okay.
open session, so,
Okay, and that would put us on the hook financially? Is that-
potentially.
Okay, I definitely want to hear about that. Thank you.
Is there any questions, other questions for the town manager? Not seeing any. If I could, at this time, could I ask the town attorney a question? Thank you. I was just noticing, and I have a question here, and it might not even be relevant to, it's not relevant to the town man, in a sense it is. We, on the agenda, acceptance of the agenda, we moved the executive session after public input, but looking at the agenda and out of respect for the staff, is there any way that we can move the executive session after the staff presents their discussion items this evening, as opposed to in the beginning and making them wait for us?
You want to change the order? You want to move the executive session to some other point in time?
Could we?
Yes, you'd have to do it by 2/3 vote of the council. You'd have to have a point of order, motion to move and amend the agenda again, and 2/3 of the council needs to approve that.
Instead of, in councilors, what I'm proposing, instead of after public input, because we don't address any of those resolutions till after, I would like to move the executive session after 12B and hear the discussion items from our town staff first, so we don't have to make them wait all night long for us to be in executive session, out of respect for our staff. If someone can make a motion for that? I believe, yes, after 12B. Is that? Give me a second. She's not here? Oh.
13A.
Give me a second to find a better spot on it, on the agenda. Okay. Implementation of strategic plan, and we don't have anything. Yeah, 13A would be fun. Before 13A, or after 13A, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Point of order, I'd like to make a motion to move the executive session to after 13A.
Is there a second? Second. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries. And I apologize for that, for the previous mistake. Thank you. Okay, now moving on. Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco, for allowing me to do that during your time with the town and in speaking with the town attorney. Is there any other questions for the town manager, please? Not seeing any? Thank you. Moving on. It's public input for any items on the agenda. Public input shall not exceed 30 minutes when recognized by myself, the mayor. The speaker shall approach the lectern, give their name and address. Speakers shall avoid personal attacks or impugning or alleging an improper motive to any person. The speaker may address the council on any item on the agenda. The speaker shall limit their speaking time to 5 minutes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to the council at this time with any items concerning any items on the agenda? Please come forward and turn on the microphone. And identify your name and address, please.
Lauren Chung, Diane Drive. I'm here over right now what is a moot point because you changed the agenda and put the vote up before people could talk, which I do find a little shady, to be honest, because I think that you guys knew that people were going to be coming and talking on behalf of this. I am here as a mom, a 3-year-old, and I have a son who's 12, who's in 7th grade. I 3. She just started the POP program at Pleasant Valley. And my whole reason for living, for being, is being a mother. My biggest thing is to make sure that they get a good education, to make sure that they are safe, and make sure that they are healthy and well-loved. So far, we've been doing a very good job of that. Hey. But what I can say is I'm disappointed in the town, is you're not upholding your end of that bargain. You appointed someone tonight who's very young. He's a genuinely kind young man, and I will give him that, with a beautiful, bright future, and I do know that. I can see it. And his parents, I'm sure, are extremely proud of him, and they should be. But he is a young man that has absolutely no experience to be on the Board of Education making decisions for children, thousands of children in this town. He will be privy to making negotiations with unions, balancing a multi-million-dollar budget, safety protocols, disciplinary actions, and also being privy to our active shooter and lockdown drills, and also those scenarios. In what world does a 19-year-old have the ability or the expertise to be able to weigh in on those things? What I see it is a desperate ploy from the Democrats to continue to have a majority. You're putting this young man, that is a very bright young man, and I do acknowledge that, into waters that are above his head. And you're going to let him drown in that, and that's wrong. You want to put a young man up for something, mentor him first. Make sure he is able to do the job you're putting him up for, especially something as important as Board of Education. You mentor him. You let him know what he needs to know, so that when he is sitting in there, he's not just your way of getting your vote, because he will listen to anything you have to say. It was wrong. And I am not the only parent that feels that way in this town. You took and you moved this up on the agenda because you knew that there were going to be parents that wanted to speak tonight. And you took away our voices on that before you took that vote. And that, again, is wrong. So I want you to know that come November, there will be a lot of parents that will be making their voices heard at the ballot box. But what you did tonight was wrong. And you are putting my child's education and my son's education and safety in jeopardy by doing so. Please think about that next time, instead of putting your party over the best interests of our town and their children.
Well said. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to the council on any item on the agenda? Please come forward. On the bottom. There you go.
Good evening. I'm Peter DeMalley, 35 Peterson Way in South Windsor. I'd just like to read a letter into the record, and I have extra copies as well for distribution. And this addressed to Mayor Pendleton and members of the Town Council dated today regarding the assistant planner position. Later in tonight's agenda is a discussion. I know she just reiterated it would be held tonight. Later in tonight's agenda is a discussion item focusing on whether South Windsor should establish an assistant planner position in the planning department, which has earned a reputation as being among the best in the state. As a town resident and as a business owner who often interfaces with that department, I offer my support of this position for the following reasons. I have 6 reasons. First is in the near term, and this is not a secret, the planning department is expected to lose one of its full-time planners, Jeffrey Folger. It will be extremely difficult to replace this individual given his high level of expertise in environmental planning and the state of the labor market. Second item is also in the next several years, it is anticipated that the other full-time planner, Michelle Leip, Director of Planning, will also be departing. That's in the next several years, give or take. She too is an exceptional and well-respected professional planner. It will be extremely difficult to replace. Third is, given these 2 imminent staff departures, although Michelle's is a few years away, it is incumbent upon the town to plan ahead and begin to prepare for the transition. One such responsible approach is to bring another planner on board at the earliest possible juncture, and I leave that to your discretion, Mr. Maniscalco's discretion about when that is, but I urge you to do it as soon as possible, practicable. A fourth item is, for approximately 7 years, I was employed as the town's first director of planning. During that tenure, I requested an assistant planner position, and regrettably, that position was not authorized and filled till 5 months before my departure. Fifth is, when I interviewed for the Director of Planning and Economic Development position in 1979, a few years back, The oral board asked me several questions with respect to how I could handle the often conflicting responsibilities of an economic development advocate and that of a regulatory land use official. All parties agreed it would be difficult, and the economic development part of the job title was dropped before my start date. I urge you to do likewise with this position if you're considering economic development as well as land use regulatory capacities. And the sixth item is the need for a full-time assistant planner is immediate, especially given the department's workload, the lengthy time it takes to get acclimated, the expected staff departures, and the awful state of the labor market. Awful state of the labor market. You can't find anyone. This is not unlike the challenges which recently faced the building department when the entire staff left for competing positions in area communities. Now is the time to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Accordingly, I urge you and the council to authorize the position at this time, but you may choose to defer it a while, but I urge you to go forward at some point in the near term. Peter DeMalley, 35 Peterson Way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMello. You have copies, sir?
Yes, I do.
You can give them to the clerk of the council, please.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to the council? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Joe Kennedy, 81 Allison Drive. We'd like to thank the councilors for their service and their good work, and we wish everyone good luck in the upcoming town elections. Extreme weather seems to be the new norm. The Wapping Fair, we had the Wapping Fair last weekend. They had 4 days when you had thunderstorms and heavy downpours, and that really, J.C.'s took it on the chin. I can tell you, I was in the South Windsor J.C.'s in the 70s to the mid-80s. They used to kick us out at 35, and we were partnered with the Grange and the farming community, so we had more of a agricultural flavor to it. But what helped us is we had a beer tent, and we made massive amount of money, and it was easy to pass on. So hopefully the J.C.'s can rebound and have a good weather next year. Speaking of weather, I'm hoping the next 2 weekends are going to be good on Saturdays. This Saturday, there's an Apple Fest on the 23rd, and on September 30th, Saturday again, you have Heritage Day, you have the longest table, and you have Paws in the Park. I heard Paws in the Park might be a little rough, so finally, it's cold flu season, and for people over 60, you should get your updated COVID vaccinations. Connecticut did a great job for the health and safety of everyone. Majority, we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the area, in the country, and it made a big difference. Lastly, I'd like to thank the town manager, Mike, with the new look in the lobby and stuff. It's good for its health and safety for both his workers and for the community, and if we ever have another pandemic, it's just a good look. And plus, everyone's happy with the extended Monday hours, the evening hours. That's great. Finally, please support your local businesses, farm stands, and farmers market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the council concerning items on the agenda?
My name is Toby Lewis, 32 Linda Lane. Thank you all for your service. It's so good. I know volunteer work is insatiable and very tiring. I wanted to make a comment on 12C, the resolution defining the charge of the Charter Revision Commission. And I just want to applaud you. Thank you for having 7 people appointed and having diversity. I hope it gets equally balanced out, but as much diversity as possible represents the town better. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the council concerning? Please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening. Mike Sullivan, 24 Jared Court.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name.
Mike Sullivan, 24 Jared Court.
Thank you.
I too would like to commend the commission for the agenda item that you have for a resolution to establish a charter revision committee. Sort of echoing some of the sentiments earlier from Ms. Chung, and I think many residents here in town struggle with some of the partisan politics and divisiveness that we've seen. I think the charter, in terms of its committee and the charge that you give it, I see there's encouragements, and I understand they have an open book. They can look at whatever they want. Some items that I would like to suggest or encourage that are deserving of some attention is the baked-in language in the charter that really entertains the two-party system. We see with the upcoming election now a third party that hopefully, I hope they do well, and I wish the candidates and the dialogue to be productive and progressive. But my last reading of the charter really bakes in about the appointments, as we saw tonight, for example, the longevity of the offices. I hope that they'll look at the language that can be adjusted to perhaps expunge the emphasis on the two-party system and entertain, hopefully at some point, that additional parties will bring new candidates and new ideas to the town. Another thing that I'm aware of from some time ago, this is back when there was the Connecticut Studios and the tax incremental financing district and stuff. That project really was a big distraction for the town, but at that time there was some questions about ethics. And back in 2010, I asked the town council for what were the rules and regulations and procedures for the ethics committee. And at that time, I was essentially just provided with another copy of the excerpt from the charter. So reading it more carefully and more currently, I see that there's an opportunity to ask the Ethics Commission for what are their rules and regulations that guide them. And if through this charter revision it makes any sense to put a little more meat on that bone, I would encourage that. But ultimately, I think from looking at what the Ethics Committee has met, I guess last time in February of 2022, and before that sometime in 2017. So, I think it has to have 3 members, and there are currently only 2. So again, I look at the action and how quickly a town council will move to get something done tonight, including bucking the agenda, prohibiting or excluding public participation or comment on that particular agenda item. What can be done to bring more involvement from the people in the town into town politics, into the town governance? I think that's something that the committee should be looking at when they're looking at the charter revision. I don't recall what was the last time the charter has been opened. And last thing I would say is that, is there going to be 7 or 9 members? Not sure. I've seen a couple draft documents around. But the last person that spoke talked about diversity, and then he also talked about representation. I think I would recommend, if possible, why can't we have, for example, the Ethics Committee and other town appointments be representative of the voter composition? So, for example, if the town of South Windsor has maybe 40% independent or unaffiliated voters, when you're making your appointments, why might there only be room for 1 unaffiliated voter? Why don't those appointments actually reflect the composition of the South Windsor voting alignment? Again, I think there's an emphasis for the 2 parties to staff and populate these committees and these appointments based on their own, but you're leaving a lot of good people out of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the council on any item on the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Miguel Proano, 41 Beechwood Lane. I'm here to talk about the Charter Review Commission. The council has recently made the decision to form a Charter Review Commission to reopen the South Windsor Charter. And as this process has not been done in over 3 decades, it is one of utmost importance to our community. However, I believe this decision was made hastily and unnecessarily, particularly considering it was made less than 2 months before an election when the composition of this council could potentially change. What's more concerning, however, is the lack of good faith in the composition of the commission. It was initially planned to have 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 2 unaffiliated, which the United Community Party was given the opportunity to fill those positions. Unfortunately, the third party was unable to nominate more than 1 person to the commission, and as a result, the majority party took it upon themselves to nominate a member of the Democratic Party, creating an unbalanced split of 4 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 1 UCP member, which in turn leaves out the representation of any unaffiliated community members. This raises the question, on what basis was this decision made? If one of the majority parties was unable to fill the vacancy, should the other minority party not be asked to fill that seat? And why not allow the time to appoint another unaffiliated member? And transparency, in my view, would entail providing the equal and fair representation for the diverse population that we are entrusted to represent. This decision is not only egregious, but it also fails to properly represent the breakdown of our voting public. State statute mandates that the commission must be appointed within 30 days of its establishment, which began on September 5th. It's essential to question why this process was rushed, preventing the timely seating of its commissioners. I strongly urge you, council members, to reconsider your approach to this matter and give it the time that it needs and deserves to allow for fair, equal, and appropriate representation of our community in this commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perino. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to the council on any item on the agenda?
Good evening, councilors. I'm here tonight to comment on item 13D.
Can we get your name, please, and address?
Audrey Delnicki, Felt Road.
Thank you.
This abatement is inappropriate at best and an insult to the taxpayers that just had their taxes go up at worst. Connecticut General Statute, Section 12-65B is intended to encourage the development and expansion of quality business in town through tax and other economic incentives, and is designed to retain and attract business that will generate substantial additional tax revenues and employment opportunities for the town while providing quality goods and services. The statute states business. These apartments are not a business. Why in the world would the town of South Windsor give an abatement to a developer that is developing 165 apartments? As an incentive to invest an estimated $455,200 in total cost for the development, then the incentive should only be on the 21 units that will be affordable workforce units at $2,500 per year for 5 years of the agreement, and the remaining 144 total units that are market rate units should not get any abatement whatsoever. Will the workforce units count towards our affordable housing quota? And if they don't, then they should not receive any type of abatement either. This town has just gone through a major revaluation, and the current taxpayers were hit with major increases in their assessment without even a phase-in provided. How at this time can you even consider a tax abatement for a developer of apartments at this time? This 10-year agreement appears to not have the residents' best interest in mind. When will large abatements stop? How much more can the residents of South Windsor take? And why does anyone putting apartments in Evergreen Walk need an abatement? There may have been a time that an abatement would have been necessary, but that time has long since passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delnicki. Is there anyone else from the public? The bottom.
Sorry. Craig Zimmerman, 5A Amato Drive. I'm the chairman of the Board of Ed, but tonight I'm here just as a resident and an individual member of the board. I just had to make a couple comments. I wish anybody who had questions about Mitchell or any other appointee or candidate would have taken the time to talk to him, or those of us who actually know him. I'm really disappointed in the vote and a lot of the comments I heard today. but I do want to speak to a couple comments. I think Mayor Pendleton said it best. When she was 19, she was in the military. So really, you can be in the military, you can get married, you can have your own children, you can be responsible for all that, but just by an age, you're automatically not qualified to be a member of the Board of Education. For 2 meetings, and with due respect to some of the members of the public who think we're going to negotiate contracts and redesign our safety plan in September and October, the members of the council or on the board know that's not the case, and also know that Mitchell is going to be one of 9 members of the Board of Ed. All right, the beauty of the Board of Ed is we don't have 9 of the same people. If the question was, do we want to have 9 people that are recently out of high school or haven't graduated college yet, maybe the answer would be no. If the question was, do we want to have 9 teachers on the Board of Ed, maybe the answer is no. If the question is, do we want to have 9 people like me who don't have my own kids, the answer probably would be no. But the beauty of the Board of Ed is we have a mixture. I'd like to know what the magic number is. I would like to ask those people, to give some thought next time before they go on Facebook, if the number was 21, 25, 28, 30, where's the magic number? There's a whole bunch of people throughout the state. We have a mayor of Middletown who's a very comparable age, mayor of a town. I believe he's going to probably get reelected. I'm just confused tonight, and I'm disappointed. I just don't understand. During my 10 years on the Board of Ed, it's never been political, never. I can't remember us ever having a 5-4 vote by a political party, all right? And in fact, most times, there were a couple 5-4 votes. One was on whether we were going to increase the timing of computers, and actually, it was mixed. Republicans and Dems for, and Republicans and Dems against. Why? Because you can't tell at a Board of Ed meeting who's a Republican, a Democrat, or a United Party member, because we have 9 people trying to do the right thing. The good news for Mitchell is I know that the other 8 Board of Ed members, the Dems, the Republicans, and the United Party members, along with our school administration, is going to very positively welcome him to the board. I'm just disappointed that tonight wasn't a little more positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to the council concerning anything on the agenda?
Hello, Dan Edwards, 131 Hilton Drive. Thank you guys for your service. I am here to speak today about item 12C and to express my disappointment at the speed at which this is being pushed through. I listened to the most recent town council meeting before coming today, and despite concerns expressed by Councilors Leidecker and Siracusa about making sure this is not a red or blue issue, and that it actually is a community issue, here we are with a resolution on the table that has a 4-2-1 split. Up for appointment, the current chairman of the Board of Education, who just spoke tonight. We also have the former mayor and later town councilor who recently stepped down due to, quote, family issues, but conveniently has a few of the most controversial proposed changes to be discussed. Additionally, there's a candidate for town council. As discussed at the last town council meeting, this person, should they be elected, would have to step down from this commission, if I remember it correctly. We heard earlier tonight during the comments that it's only 2 meetings. What harm could be done? What's the harm? But I guess it's being cynical. Is the agenda setting team expressing that much doubt that that person who has great qualifications will be elected, and that's why they're like, oh, it's okay to put him on here? That's the skeptical side of me. I just think it seems rushed. The timing is awful. Then one more quick item. I think it was item 13C, Collins Road. It doesn't make sense to me that we had a discussion to abandon this road And then, if I read the town website properly, it looks like we spent money to chip seal or chip resurface the road prior to getting rid of it. I'm hoping I read that wrong, but wondering what avenue there is to recoup those costs. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to the council on any items on the agenda? Going twice, is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to council on any item on the agenda? Third time, anyone else from the public? Not seeing anyone, thank you. Mr. Maniscalco, could you shut that microphone off, please? Moving on. We are now on item 8, the adoption of the minutes, please.
This is a motion for the adoption of the September minutes. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby approves the minutes of the regular Town Council meeting of September 5th, 2023.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion, additions, deletions, corrections in the minutes? Councilor Kozakowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
I would like to direct us to item...
Page number?
Page 5.
Thank you.
Item 12C, discussing the resolution dissolving the Parks and Rec Facility Planning and Implementation Committee.
12D, you mean?
12D, excuse me, yes, 12D.
Okay.
And I remember at the end of that meeting, there were some motions to amend some of the clauses. I don't see any of that text, any of those words were listed in the minutes. So I'd like to see the minutes amended to have the amended motion included.
Is there a second on that correction?
Second.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor?
Are we voting on the minutes or?
On the amended piece.
Well, I think I'd want to see it printed in before we vote on the minutes. So I'd like to table the minutes to the next meeting.
Well, I'd like to take a vote on, because you're asking for it to be changed, I'd like to take a vote on that change, so then she can go ahead and
That's
do
different.
it. That's what I'm doing.
That's different, okay.
And then we'll vote on the corrected, we can postpone them until they come back corrected.
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean?
Got it, yeah.
Okay. So is there, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. That motion carries on the addition to these minutes. Now to go for the minutes, to approve the minutes. Do you have a motion to postpone?
Madam Mayor, I have a motion to table the vote on the minutes.
Second.
It's postponed, please.
Postpone. excuse me.
Postpone the approval of the minutes until they're reflected back to us corrected.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. The motion carries. Thank you. Moving on, communications from liaisons, officers, and boards directly responsible to the council. We have its Historic District Commission, Councilor Lopez.
Nothing to report on the Historic District Commission.
Thank you. Water Pollution Control Authority, Deputy Mayor King, please.
Thank you. Apologies. Water pollution control. So, it was a meeting last week. Unfortunately, it was at the same time as our town council meeting, so I was not able to attend. However, there is a leaflet pamphlet that they put out, which gives you all the information that you residents need to know about what has happened during the course of the year of 2023. It's very well done. I'll just talk about one of the main things, which is the odor control improvement that was brought up several times during the course of the year. While they had an estimated project cost of $1.5 million, they did a phenomenal job working with the town and working with our state government and receiving a grant. Grant means we're not paying for it, in the amount of $1.3 million by the State Bonding Commission to make those improvements. So I just want to send a special shout out to not only the committee, but also to Tony Manfrey and all the people that worked together with that, including our town manager who made that happen, as well as our state reps and our senators. So thank you for that. But you guys can pick that up. It's just a pamphlet, looks like that, 2023, the WPCA. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor King, is that pamphlet on our website under the WPCA? If not, if you don't know, we can ask the town manager and see if it could be. Could we make sure that gets on there? Thank you. Thank you. Moving on, inland wetlands, Deputy Mayor King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing that really popped off in regards to the inland wetlands is the fact that they did approve the Deming Street Metro Realty multifamily, the application for the construction of the complex, so on and so forth, which is in the purview of the Inland Wetlands Agency Conservation Commission. Then it moves on to planning and zoning, which I'm sure that my fellow council will talk about in a minute. However, that was probably the thing that came out because they had a public hearing in regards to that as well.
Thank you. Human Relations Commission, Councilor Evans.
Thank you. The commission was not able to meet due to not having a quorum established, but they are holding an International Peace Day at the Farmers Market this Saturday, September 23rd. There'll be some kids' art, crafts, and also a Tai Chi presentation between 10 and 10:40.
Thank you, Councilor Evans. Social Justice and Racial Equity Commission, Deputy Mayor King.
Yikes, must be my night.
It is.
Okie dokie. The only thing that came out of that meeting, which we had last week, which was a very good meeting, is I just wanted to follow up last meeting that we had in talking to our town manager in regards to not so much the ARPA fund piece, but making sure that our bathrooms, so on and so forth, in the town hall. So if you can just give us an update on that, that was brought up during the course of our meeting, that would be awesome.
Moving on, Planning and Zoning Commission. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Maniscalco, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I know Mr. Majors was looking into that. I believe he was doing some measurements. From some of the research I did, though, we do have ADA compliant bathrooms downstairs, which according to the ADA is as long as you have bathrooms that would be accessible, since we have an elevator, they are accessible. The downstairs bathrooms meet the requirements of ADA. The ones here, I'm not positive measure out, but I'm still waiting to hear back from him on that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Planning and Zoning Commission, Councilor Kozakowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a meeting last Tuesday where they had two applications of public interest. First, they approved a special exception for a new emergency services telecommunications tower. That would be at 124 Sullivan Avenue. That's a town-issued application. And then finally, they concluded the public hearing and took a vote on a zoning map amendment to rezone a property on Deming Street from the Gateway Development Zone to the multifamily assisted housing zone. And they voted, the rezoning was approved by a split vote of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So just to give the public a little understanding of what's next, the applicant will have to return to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a site plan review of the actual plan. What was voted on last week was just the rezoning of the property, not the plan itself. Through that rezoning application process, they were required to show a concept plan of what they intend to develop there. And through that public hearing process, they did modify their plan from the initial submission to make it less dense, increase buffers, and less parking and other measures. And there is still opportunity for the applicant to revise the plan even more. So I don't have, I'm not aware of a timeline of when they would resubmit, but there will be one more bite at the apple, so to speak. Last thing I want to mention, excuse me, Madam Mayor, the Planning and Zoning Commission, in cooperation with the Open Space Task Force, will be having a vendor booth at the Apple Fest this weekend. The Planning and Zoning Commission is going to be discussing their effort with the efforts for the updating of the Plan of Conservation Development, and the Open Space Task Force will be taking that opportunity to discuss our open space. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilor Kozakowski, you're back on again for Open Space Task Force. Is that what you just reported?
I just kind of
You kind of mixed them together? Gotcha, thank you. Okay. Okay, moving on.
Madam
Public
Mayor?
Building Commission, Counselor Kabasky.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I have one at the end.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at the meeting last week, there were a few items that were discussed. First off, probably the good news was that there was a breakthrough during the heavy rains of the water berms that were put in place. However, there's an overflow system. I guess there's a two-tiered overflow system. The overflow system worked. It was able to retain the water. However, they're looking into why the berm broke in the first place, why there was a breakthrough there.
Are you referring to Pleasant Valley?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're looking at that. Few items that were brought up at the meeting regarding Pleasant Valley again. The overflow parking lot as of the meeting last week was still not complete, which is causing some issues for parking at events, and the school is trying to work their way around that. Also, there is still a struggle. For those of you who went to the open house, you saw that the library was empty, the bookshelves were not in. There's still a struggle with the FF&E not coming in. And Dr. Carter talked about the fact that the staff is spending a lot of time in dealing with this. Colliers has stepped up, and DRA apologized for it, did not make excuses, but doesn't change the fact that we are still missing a lot of furniture. And Colliers has stepped up, and they're increasing their pressure now to try and get this stuff in before too long. But the staff and administration have done a very good job of trying to work around all of this stuff. But so a little bit of unhappiness there.
Thank you, Counselor Kabasky. And Counselor Evans, Park and Rec.
Thank you. Park and Rec met last week. The chair of the commission is here. I'm wondering if he might want to come up and share any information from our meeting. Toby Lewis? No? So in an effort to make sure that the Park and Rec Commission can really work alongside the Public Building Commission, knowing that they have the job of looking towards facilities going forward, it was their month to decide about when their meetings were going to be scheduled. So they have decided to change their meetings to meet the first Wednesday of every month. That allows Director of Parks and Rec to be able to attend both meetings, seeing as Park and Rec Commission and Public Building are scheduled on the same night. And also allows some members of the Park and Rec Commission to be able to attend those meetings. There was public comment at the meeting that kind of addressed some impacts that are being seen with the space of the new building. I'm not sure if it has to do more with just kind of adjusting to that new space, or if it's something we're going to see a trend with this new space using the old Orchard Hill. The Park and Rec Commission reviewed the resolution that we passed as far as tasking the Public Building Commission with working alongside each other. They discussed how they'll work forward and what their plan is to move forward. They were also hoping to be able to get more familiar with the plans. So we kind of talked about Wood Colliers, potentially be able to come and discuss with the Park and Rec Commission. I'm sure they'll work with Public Building. The Park and Rec Commission, in their effort to be able to make suggestions to the Public Building Commission, was hoping to gather more information from Colliers as well. So they're excited to get going and do that work.
Thank you, Councilor Evans. If I may follow up with you, Councilor Kowalski, in regards to the Public Building Commission, just a question in regards to, as far as responsibility for those missing items for our children, how does that work? Did you guys get into a discussion about that?
No.
Okay.
DRA basically said they're working on it. I believe it falls under the auspices of the architects. So they're trying to recover what has not been brought in yet.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's...
Okay, thank you for that. If the councilors don't mind, if I may, how does that work, if I can ask the town manager, in regards to, we opened up a school, cut the ribbon, congratulations, Board of Ed, Board of everybody, but we don't have everything that the kids need. How does that work, and who's liable? How does,
well,
I'm a little frustrated with that.
Yeah, so typically whenever any project's done, like we were even talking about the bridge project a little bit ago, there's always a punch list at the end, you know, and there's punch list items that need to be done. I'm imagining that that furniture is one of probably hundreds of items on that punch list at this point that need to still get done. Now, I think there's a difference between is the furniture just delayed, or is the furniture just not coming? So I think that's probably where they're at the Public Building Commission in terms of trying to figure out, is that just not, is it delayed, or is it just never going to show up because somebody didn't order it correctly or something like that? So the FF&E portion of the project probably as Councilor Kubasky said, falls under the architect's responsibilities. It will be their responsibility to follow up and identify, where that is and what it is. In the event that somebody failed to order it, I'm going to guess there's probably some type of financial compensation or reordering of those pieces, and somehow between the Public Building Commission and the architect's firm, as well as Collier's being involved as the owner's rep, that would be made correct in some way, shape, or form. That would be my thought process on it, not being too intimately involved in it.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Now moving on to item number 10 is reports from committees. The Pension Committee, Mr. Maniscalco, if you'd like to give us a report on that, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We just had our Pension Committee meeting just the other day. As you're aware, you attended, as well as the police chief, director, our finance director, as well as assistant finance director, and the director, our business manager from the Board of Ed. We went through with our financial advisor all the different investments that we currently have, and they've currently recommended to stay where we are. They do have one entity that is on watch that they'll be looking at due to some changes in principles, but based upon that, they will be reporting back whether we need to make some type of change or not at our next meeting, which I believe is October.
Yes, we'll be meeting again in October.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to item 11A, Councilor Lopez.
11A.
There is none, so I'm sorry, 11B, Councilor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 11B, second reading, Madhu Reddy, as a member of the Public Building Commission, be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby appoints Madhu Reddy to the Public Building Commission for a term ending November 30th, 2023, to fill the unexpired term of Anita Elango.
Is there a second? Oh, no, there is no seconds on this. Is all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries. Item 12, unfinished business. We have a discussion item for the senior tax freeze. If we could have our finance director, Ms. Patty Perry, and our assessor, Ms. Mary Huda, please address the council at the lectern and explain to us what a senior tax freeze is, please.
Good evening. Thanks for having us back. I believe in the packets there was some additional information.
Just pull it closer.
I believe in the packets there was some additional information with a distinction between what are the current ordinances, which would be in charge of the tax credits, and then also the lower block, which is in green, which kind of delineates some of the tax freeze information. I don't believe we had any questions from councilors, so perhaps you have some this evening for us?
Is there any questions from the councilors? After seeing this right here, the local ordinance that is in place, go ahead, yes? I'm sorry, Councilor Kozakowski.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. So looking at the sheet you gave us, so as requested, you provided us some options for the rate and what the financial cost is associated with that. Thank you for providing that. It actually shares a lot. When would you want the council to make a choice on, which tax rate, what's the right way to put it?
The factor.
Which factor we would like to offer?
So the tax credit factor would go into effect in July of 2024 on the bills. So we take applications between February and May. I would say any time before that would be ideal. December, January.
To December, January. So
probably about the same time that the council adopts its budget directive could be a good time to make a decision on something like this. No, that's great, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the point of having this discussion was certainly not to come up with any new changes or to make any changes or to create a new program or anything like that. The point of this conversation and the reason why I brought this up is because many seniors ask, why can't you just freeze our taxes? So I wanted a clear understanding for the seniors that are listening out there and also for ourselves, what does freezing our taxes mean as opposed to what we're offering now? And that's what I was looking for. My reasons for bringing this forward was not with the intentions of changing anything or creating anything new. Let that be known. So just if factors get changed in the future, that was not my intention at all. I just wanted a clear understanding of the freeze compared to the credit. And looking at the document that you've given us this evening, if we could just go over that a little bit. The factor to be determined annually by the council, that's written in our charter?
That's written in the ordinance.
I'm sorry? It's in the ordinance, got it, thank you. So right now, currently, locally, it's 1.3. So that factor comes from where, and what is that factor? What does that mean, a factor?
The factor means that whatever the state program authorizes, the town is also then authorizing that amount plus an additional 30%.
Okay, so these are the numbers that, the local factors that if someone qualifies by age and income, that they would fall into one of these under the current factor of the 1.3, correct? So you would look at what they make and their age and their income and everything else, and then you would go down the line to see how much they could get off on their tax credit.
Correct.
And how long has this credit program been in place, do you know?
I did know. I'm going to say 2000 that's the latest one.
Way before 2000.
The original, I want to say 2002 or 2003. And the factor has been reviewed at least once, but it has not been changed. That was the original factor that was adopted.
Okay. And presently, with where we are at the current factor at the 1.3, I see a dollar amount here. If you could read that, please.
At the bottom of the column, the total?
Yeah.
$196,235.
And that's what the 242 seniors that qualify for this, that's what their tax credit equals.
Correct.
Okay. Then looking down at the bottom on the green here, this is the freeze. This is something totally different. So here is an assessed value. If you could explain that green box, that would be great, so I don't have to explain it. But just for our folks at home, because you guys are better at this, not me. Go ahead.
Sure. So if you're looking at an assessed value of $250,000, what we were asked to project was between 2022, which is our current grand list, going forward 5 years until the next revaluation, assuming a 1 mil increase per year. The numbers to the far right column show what the tax relief would be annually if we froze taxes based on this year's tax bills. And they start off at $250 a year. The following year goes to $500. In 2025, it would be $750. Then the next year would be $1,000, and then the final year it would be $1,250. And that would be the amount of relief as compared to the current tax credit program.
Wow.
If that makes sense.
It does. Does anyone have any questions concerning these two programs that we're looking at? Do you understand what the tax freeze is compared to the tax credit? Councilor Longo?
So this is like, for the next 5 years till the next reevaluation, kind of, right? So we're assuming that the mill rate is going to go up. I was just wondering, some real estate predictions are that 2024 or later, we're going to have a crash in real estate, So I'm just wondering how that would factor in over here. If our home values drastically decrease,
So
and we are basing all this based on our current reevaluation.
So for the tax freeze, the taxes would not go any higher than they are currently. If the mill rate or the values dropped and it resulted in a tax reduction for those households, it would go to that lower value. It just would not increase based on the mill rate.
All right.
Any other questions? Councilor Siracusa?
I just want to make it clear that this is a projection, not
Correct.
the 1 mil increase.
No, correct. That was,
I don't know if
those
you
are
knew
the
that. That was-
assumptions.
That's just a projection that they put.
The
in place. So
hypothetical.
for those listening and those here, that's not
That's an
hopefully what we
example.
expect to happen, but
Yes,
it
thank
it
you.
does help to see that, with a regular increase. So thank you for that.
It's all right, take your time. Councilor Kazakowski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to look something up, but I'll just ask it and just said, what's the median housing price in South Windsor?
The median assessed value or
Or is that-
housing price? So the
Either, whatever you got.
So the 250 assumption is based on the age and income, right? Typically, we don't see elderly tax relief being applied to $800,000, $900,000 homes. So, I mean, we look at a range of, I think, 325 to 250 is our
So-
average.
So the average home value, assessed value of the households that would qualify for these programs is about 250,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think that's an important point to point out for both programs. There are age and income requirements by the state for both the freeze or the credit program. So that's why we're assuming that it's the same 242 people for both plans.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Well, I think we have our information before us and the difference between the two, and I appreciate you coming and helping us to understand this. And thank you,
You're welcome.
and have a good evening. Moving on, we did the senior tax credit at the same time, so 12A and B are done. And now we go into, no, not executive session, let me cross that off. Deputy Mayor King, please, 12C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution defining the charge of the Charter Revision Commission and appointment of members to said commission. Whereas pursuant to Section 7-190A of the Connecticut General Statutes, the Town Council of the Town of South Windsor desires to appoint a 7-member Charter Revision Commission consisting of 7 electors of the Town of South Windsor. And whereas the names and political affiliations of those members who are to be considered for appointment and who have agreed to serve on the Charter Revision Commission are Andrew Paterna, Janice Snyder, Craig Zimmerman, Kathleen Doherty, Stephen Codiero, Denise Ricotta, my man Bala Ramesay. Did I pronounce that last name correct, Sister Ilana?
Ramasamy.
Ramasamy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Whereas pursuant to Section 7-190A of the Connecticut General Statutes, not more than 1/3 of the appointed members, in this case 2 members, may hold any other public office in the Town of South Windsor. And whereas pursuant to Section 7-190A of the Connecticut General Statutes, not more than a bare majority of the appointed members, in this case 4 members, may be from the same political party. And whereas pursuant to Town Charter Section 301, no member of the Town Council may be appointed to serve on the Charter Revision Commission during his or her term of office as Town Council member. And whereas pursuant to Section 7-190B of the Connecticut General Statutes, the Town Council desires to make recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission. And whereas pursuant to Section 7-190B of the Connecticut General Statutes, the Town Council must establish when the Charter Revisions Commission shall submit its draft report to the Town Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the following 7 electors of the Town of South Windsor shall constitute a Charter Revision Commission: Andrew Paterna, Janice Snyder, Craig Zimmerman, Catherine Doherty, Stephen Codiero, Denise Ricotta, Bala Sobranian, Ramesay, And be it further resolved that the Charter Revision Commission shall from their members elect a chairperson and a secretary and shall conduct their actions in accordance with the laws and requirements of Chapter 99 of the Connecticut General Statutes. And be it further resolved that the Charter Revision Commission shall consider and comment in its report on the recommendations of the Town Council listed on Exhibit A, attached here too, provided that the review of the charter by the Charter Revision Commission is not restricted to the areas identified on Exhibit A. And be it further resolved that the Charter Revision Commission shall submit to the town clerk its draft report no later than 16 months from the date of adoption of this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
I would like to make a motion to change the last person, Bala Ramasamy. There was another person in the community who expressed a great deal of interest, and I believe she has a great background. Her name is Jessica Vogelsang, and I believe we can replace Bala Ramasamy with Jessica Vogelsang.
So you'd like to make a friendly amendment to remove that name and put on Jessica Vogelstein?
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to make a motion to remove Bala Ramasamy and replace it with Jessica Vogelsang.
Is there a second?
Can you just spell the last name for us?
It's,
Do I have to read that again?
you have it here, okay. It's Jessica and Vogelesang.
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 Oh, Vogelsang? Okay, like the word sang, okay. And we have a second on that? Is any discussion on that friendly amendment?
Not on the amendment.
No, okay. All those in favor of that friendly amendment?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Before that, what is the political affiliation of this individual? Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of that friendly amendment? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, then
Abstained.
abstain? Can we get a roll call, please, on that friendly amendment?
Counselor Alongo? Yes. Counselor Evans?
Yes.
Counselor Kabowski?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pendleton?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor King?
Yes.
Counselor Kozakowski?
Abstained.
Counselor Leidecker?
Yes.
Counselor Siracusa?
Yes.
Count, please.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Now, so that friendly amendment is accepted. And now moving on to the regular discussion of the, is there any other friendly amendments that need to be made to this? Any other discussion items? Okay, we have a lot of conversation here going on. Counselor Kabowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So being the eternal optimist, if Jan Snyder gets elected in the fall, what happens at that point? Because now she would be a counselor and she can no longer serve on the committee.
So the town,
Your microphone, sir. Press the bottom. There you go.
had it on. Town charter requires that the town council fill the vacancy with a person of the same political affiliation as the person that has resigned or has caused the vacancy. So town charter also says that town council members, as it's stated in this resolution, cannot serve on any other elected or appointed position. So once someone is elected to the town council, they can no longer serve on the Charter Revision Commission, and the town council would have to fill that position.
Okay.
For a point of clarity, I think we should note that Janice Snyder is a U here, and so that's an unaffiliated voter, and it would be somebody that was an unaffiliated voter. That's what the town charter requires.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to, I looked up the email that I received from Jessica Vogelsang, and there is a G after the L, as far as spelling.
So spell it again, Vogelg.
Yep, Vogelgesang. there's another G.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Kozakowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I'm just a little curious how we got to this point. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about how many members, whether it was 5, 7, 9, 11, whatever it is. And now we have a resolution here with names filling the names on for the committee and a resolution ready to go. So just, if somebody could explain to me where this list of names came from, because I can speak with regard to the United Community Party, there was no discussion on filling this party seat, this unaffiliated United Community seat with this. There was no vote from our town committee, and it wasn't even brought to us as a discussion item. So I'm curious to see how we got to this point where we have names to fill the committee. Anybody could fill that.
If I may, Madam Mayor, we did have this discussion in July. We were tasked with a homework assignment over August to start establishing who might be interested and start reaching out to community members as to who may be interested in this committee. I think that was our last meeting in July. We discussed that was one of our homework assignments over the month of August that we were taking off.
So,
Thank you, Councilor Kozakowski. Councilor Leitnecker, Councilor Siracusa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll come back to.
Want to go? I kind of echo that sentiment. My understanding was that you were going to be submitting the 2 names. That's what I heard. And then the gentleman who spoke tonight that said we have upwards of 40 unaffiliated voters. I keep hearing that it needs to represent the council, which I don't understand why. I believe it should represent the community, and that's why I proposed that 9-person with 3 from each, and I still am sticking to that. You know, I'm going to be voting against this tonight, but I am a little upset to hear that you didn't submit those names. So I was fully expecting 2 unaffiliated where we settled in. So I'd like an explanation as well.
Go ahead, Councilor Evans.
Oh, I was just going to say, is there someone else that you or unaffiliated United Party that you would want on here? You would like to replace? You could make an amendment to change that name for Janice Snyder.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead, Councilor Kozakowski.
I do have a name I'd like to bring forward. The question is, who would that person replace? And I would gladly make a motion to recommend somebody for the committee, but I don't feel comfortable or the right thing to do to take a member of another political party off the committee. So there's, a couple ways we can approach this. Either we can pick somebody now, or we can discuss it at another meeting, or something else. I do have other comments that if we want to go back to it.
Please continue.
Thank you. I guess my other part is that there is no rush to get this committee established and going 2 months before the election. We know that in November, this council could look very different than it does today. And it's not fair to kind of bind the next town council to a committee that it did not choose. And yes, very well, they can take names off and switch names and change people on the committee, but that's not a very friendly thing to do. So I think to circumvent that, the establishing of this commission can wait 2 more months to have the new town council evaluate it and bring people forward. The resolution outlines a process that must be completed within 16 months. If this commission was created in, say, January of 2024,
16 months would take you to April of 2025. That would give the council enough time, that council to vet, fulfill its responsibilities, and I'll take a leap of faith, approve the recommendations, and it'll be primed to go to referendum on, to coincide the 2025 municipal election. So I think that time frame works better than kind of trying to jam it through right now.
Thank you, Councilor Kozakowski. Councilor Kubowski.
I'm going to allow Deputy Mayor King to go first so I could kind of formulate what I'm thinking.
Sure, Deputy Mayor King, please.
So just for the council and for my esteemed colleague, the council, in our minutes from last meeting, the council asked questions about statutory requirements. The council directs the town attorney to draft a resolution for the next meeting. The council is in favor of a 7-member commission. A quorum for this commission would be 4 members. So if anyone paid attention to our last meeting, because it is on video, we already said that we voted on 7-member, just for the record. Number 2, when we're talking about our community and who needs to be represented and so on and so forth, I don't disagree with my esteemed colleagues. However, I will ask everybody, and I wish I had the paperwork, I wish I had the minutes of every public comment that we got from specific individuals that said that we needed to open this charter now. We needed to do this now. And there were multiple meetings that individuals from our public came and said that. And there was at no point that anybody on this council said, no, we don't need to do this now, we can wait. I don't necessarily have a problem with waiting. I understand what my esteemed colleague is suggesting. But what I am also going to just push back on is the fact that our community asked for us to do this now. We didn't bring this up. This town council did not bring up this charter revision. Let me be clear. This town council did not bring up the charter revision. A member of our public brought up our charter revision and wanted it done now. And if we can go back in the minutes for at least 3 or 4 meetings, it was brought up in public comments to bring it now. Want to be clear, it was not this town council that asked for it. So again, I agree, that's just my little bit of pushback, but we voted on 7, whether we agree or not, that was the vote that won. But I want to make sure it's done right as well, regardless of the situation, so I understand exactly the trepidation, and I think that we do need to have a clear, because this third party has been brought up a couple of times tonight, and so we need to have a clear, is it, isn't it, so on and so forth, so that we are representative of all of the people that are elected. So from that perspective, I just wanted to, like I said, make those 2 comments, but I also want to make sure that we're doing it in the right way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor King. Councilor Kubowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the mayor and I had a couple of conversations today regarding the third party. I'd like the town attorney to kind of explain this step. I know you were involved in a few conversations today as well. Can you please explain to how that works now with the way we've got to go forward now as a third party?
Well, as I understand it from my discussions with the registrar of voters, the third party is recognized only in the General Assembly district and not yet recognized as a third party under municipal law because it hasn't had a vote. There hasn't been an election yet as to that party. And as long as that party gets a certain percentage, I believe it's 1 or 1.5% of a vote, then they can be recognized as a party locally. That's important for you to understand tonight because the possible appointment of Janice Snyder as an unaffiliated individual means that in the event of her election to the town council in the future, you would have to, or the town council would have to replace that slot with an unaffiliated voter, not a United Community Party member, but an unaffiliated voter. And so that's important for you to understand where the third party sits in relation to the other parties here. As far as the makeup of the the list of people on this list tonight. It does meet with the statutory requirements of having not more than a bare majority, 4 members of any one party. The makeup of the other 3 slots of the 7-member commission there's no statutory requirement as to how that's broken down. It's up to you guys how you want to decide to fill those 3 slots, whether it be with a Republican and 2 unaffiliated voters, or 2 unaffiliates and 1 Republican. But that's where you're at. Does that answer your question, Council?
It does. And are there any state statutes that govern this, or are we kind of breaking new ground here?
No, you're not breaking new ground. These are all state statutes.
Any idea what state statutes those would be?
It's 7-190, 7-190A and 7-190B.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councillor Evans?
Thank you. I just really wanted to commend the people who have kind of driven this forward. From Janice Snyder, who, from her years on the council and all of her discussions and encouragement of us needing a charter revision, to Andy Paterno when he was mayor, who actually moved this forward and passed this resolution. But unfortunately, with COVID and the pandemic, it could not move forward. And most recently, Audrey Delnicki coming at public comment and really pushing and encouraging the council to move forward with this. And I think that right there is a very bipartisan, tripartisan, right, group right there. So we heard from multiple members of our community tonight that they want to see this happen. And I think that this is something we need to do. We need to do it now. We need to move forward. We've all kind of agreed that this is something we want to do. Don't want so we have 7 on here. I hear what the other group, the members are saying. It's up for discussion, and I support sticking with the 7 if that's the overall picture, but I'm not opposed to 8. And that would give us 4, 2, and 2. So I'm just throwing that idea out there.
And the 2 that you're recommending would be in affiliates?
Sorry?
The 2 that you would be asking for filling as in affiliates?
So it would be what exists. We would add 1 U position.
An unaffiliate position?
Yes. Just a thought. That way we are, being a little bit more balanced. 8 does not throw off the number we would have to have. Actually, we would have to have 5. So it would make our quorum higher, so it will make it a little trickier to meet quorum. So that's something I think we have to figure out is that important?
Councilor Kozakowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Attorney Corella, for your input. I think the comments that we heard either further reinforces the need to postpone the creation of this commission until after the election, just out of fairness and transparency. All the comments that came forward leading up to today talked about not making this political, having the best voices, the best people at the table. But moving forward now, where the seats, whether it's 7, 8, 9, however many, or 1 or 2 or 3 unaffiliated voters, by creating this now, you're essentially tying the hands of any individual looking to fill that seat, forcing them to choose either to be some minority party, United Community Party, or unaffiliated, since they can't serve, since they would not be allowed to serve as a member of the United Community Party. So by voting now, it makes this extremely political. So I highly encourage fellow councilors to wait 2 months until the new council can move forward with the formation of this committee. I understand this came from the public. We want it now, we want it now, we want it now. But I think the public also wants to do it right, do it right, do it right. And do it right is waiting 2 months to have the new council evaluate the members and the terms of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Leidecker.
If I can just ask for some clarification, so is the issue, so if we say we go up to the 8 and the 2 are unaffiliated. So what it's turning out to be then is if the United Community Party optimistically gets 1% in this upcoming election, now they cannot now be an unaffiliated to fill these 2 slots.
So your town charter requires that the filling of any vacancy be with another person of that same political affiliation. So if you have 4 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 1 unaffiliated voter, then that's going to be the political makeup of the Charter Revision Commission going forward, regardless of what happens in the November election with regards to the United Community Party.
So even though we know that Ms. Snyder is running as United Community Party, and we're kind of understanding we're filling her as United Community Party as opposed to unaffiliated, that the spirit of that is not going to carry forward because on paper it's unaffiliated?
Yeah, you're not creating this with a United Community Party member tonight because you can't, right? There's no United Community Party member eligible to sit on this Charter Revision Commission as it sits currently, because they haven't been recognized as a municipal party yet because the November election hasn't occurred yet. So the U that's listed here is an unaffiliated member. Going forward, if Ms. Snyder gets elected to the town council, even as a United Community Party member, the town council must fill the charter revision slot with an unaffiliated voter.
And I guess my legal training is starting to kick in now because, we have our statutory constructs. When it's unambiguous, we don't look any farther. When it's ambiguous, we then go to the spirit and the discussion and we talk. You always have our Supreme Court looking at, past laws and public acts and all that other discussion. So we are having open discussions here, and I'm going to assume the majority of us are thinking that that seat is essentially a United Community Party seat. So how is that spirit not carrying over? Just because our election's in 2 months and even though they've tried to form this party, they can't yet?
Your charter prohibits it. It's clear and unambiguous. It's actually very clear and unambiguous because it actually specifically says by the same party, and if the person is a non-affiliated voter, you have to replace it with a non-affiliated voter. It actually says that. It's actually very, very clear. Unfortunately, that's what you're left with.
Thank you.
Councilor Siracusa.
I just want to go back to my original comment, Deputy Mayor King. I wasn't arguing with the current number. It was more the makeup of that 7. So I agree. We did vote on the number. I am pleased that we brought it up from the 5. But I also I feel we are leaving out. We do have a third party in spirit, and we are leaving them out. So I think we should wait.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor King.
Well, I don't necessarily want to belabor the conversation. When I got into this seat, when I got elected, and it wasn't in this seat, when I got elected and appointed, a lot of people ask, I'm not a politician. I just want to help. And I wanted to help the residents of South Windsor, especially from a black perspective. When you're talking about the word diversity came up a lot of times tonight, and it kind of rubbed me a different way. And that may not have been the intention. That said, I'm not looking at this from a political standpoint because, again, I think if we're going to walk the walk, then we have to talk it as well. And if we truly want to be, I can't say to someone, you're being political, and then at the same time turn around and be political. There are times I will admit to this council, and I'm being transparent, where I feel that, there's been a lot of issues, not only from our local, but on our national stage, where things have been pushed politically. And sometimes I wish that it happened in the reverse, because I don't think it benefits all people. I think it benefits a certain subset. That being said, I'm not going to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. I do agree with Councilor Leidecker. I thought the same thing. I'm not an attorney, but I said every Law and Order show I see, they say the spirit of the law. So, and that's what I thought we were doing here. I also agree with you, Councilor Kozakowski, in the sense that, you know, we want to get it right. I was just making a point because there are times where we're not allowed to say that. And sometimes the perception is that we're not trying to make it right. And so while this could be very political, because for a number of reasons, and I'm not going to say anybody's doesn't see that, I also come from the state of mind that when in doubt, don't. And if we have as many doubters, whether it's, especially if we lose the spirit of what we're trying to do, then I can't move forward with it. Because I thought in this, we were saying, hey, and I blame the U party, because y'all put a U. It could have been anything else. You could have put a C. But, you know, that's the spirit, right? And so for me, I don't want to be part of the problem. We need to do it right with the spirit that it's intended. And nobody knows what tomorrow holds, especially from the election standpoint. And I don't even want to get into that. I just want to make sure that we do it right and that everyone is involved that needs to be involved for the benefit of South Windsor. We can't say that we're all for the benefit of South Windsor when it fits us or when we want to make a point and we want to make phone calls and all that other crap. Either you're for South Windsor and the town and all its residents, or you're not. And for this, I am for the town of South Windsor and all of its residents, even if I might disagree on some issues. And so I guess I say all that to say that I'd rather have it right, especially if per our town attorney, who we rely on so much, the spirit of is lost, which is unfortunate because I did come in ready to move forward with this and let's go. But if we lose it, then we're just as guilty as the people that we say we don't want to be about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not hearing, Councilor Kozakowski. I know you're going for it.
I was going to make a motion. Do we want to wait?
No, can I make a comment? Thank you. Any other comments and discussions? Not seeing any. Okay, I'd like to point a few things out in this spirit. There are two major parties within our community, and that's Democrats and Republicans. The membership of this commission right here is not based off of who's sitting on this council presently. The membership of this committee is based off of the voters of our community. The majority of our voters in this community are unaffiliated. They're not Democrat and they're not Republican. The number of unaffiliated voters outweighs the numbers of Democrats and Republicans in our community. So to have the unaffiliated representation on this is a great thing to have. It has nothing to do with the community party because that party doesn't exist. That party won't exist until November. So at this present time, we have two unaffiliated folks sitting on our council. To have unaffiliated representation, Jan Snyder is an unaffiliated at this point in time. Come November, if she gets elected, bless her, she gets elected. But the people of this community are unaffiliated voters. There are two major parties, as I said, the Democrats and the Republicans. The unaffiliated voters is a minor party. The United Community Party would fall under a minor party also. They wouldn't become, they wouldn't remain unaffiliated voters once that party is created. They would then fall into the minor party position, just like the Green Party, Libertarian Party, or any other party as such. They would be a minor party. So really, you're looking at two major parties within our community, and one of them, the majority of our voters in this town, are unaffiliated voters. So to have a representation of an unaffiliated voter and to create a seat for an unaffiliated voter on this here, on this commission, is the best, in my opinion, the best thing to do. And that's taking into consideration the two majors and the majority of the voters within our community for representation. So I will be voting yes for this in the way that it stands presently. And then I would also like to ask that if there is in a paragraph that can be added to this that states that it should be replaced if there's a vacancy, that if a vacancy is created, that they're replaced with, I know it's written in our charter, but that if we had a paragraph with a friendly amendment, if there's a vacancy created, that it's filled by the same political party, because we don't have that paragraph in here, and we have that in all our other boards and commissions and committees that we have created.
I mean, that's certainly in your town charter. That's exactly what your charter says. So if
And
you
I'd
wanted
just
to-
like it reflected in the resolution.
You can add that to the resolution if you so choose. Yeah, have to be a friendly amendment by somebody and, voted on it.
Okay. Is there anyone here that, Counselor Evans?
My only concern is, because I would like to vote yes on this as well tonight, but my only concern is if we do vote on this and it does not pass, where does this leave this? In some cases, when you try to pass something and it is voted no, it cannot be brought up again? Or is this not, does that not apply in this case? Or it cannot be brought up again unless it is by, there's some rule there?
I'm sorry, I don't know if
Am I
I missed
incorrect
it,
in
sorry.
that? If this were to come up tonight and it were to not pass, where does that leave this resolution? Does this,
If this resolution doesn't pass, then it doesn't pass. Then you're free to start over with a new resolution or a new slate, or however you guys want to revisit it.
there are no restrictions if it does not pass for it to be brought up again in November?
That's correct.
Is there any other question? Counselor Kozakowski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And wow, Madam Mayor, I think you, along with maybe a handful of people on social media, are denying the existence of the United Community Party. We are a party, and whether we have legal standing in the town of South Windsor, that's a moot point, because in the fact that in the spirit of South Windsor representation, we do exist, and we have 2 members that sit right here on the council. And we have 2 members that sit currently on the Board of Education. When we get our 1%, 5%, whatever the number it is, whatever the South Windsor voters choose to, however they choose to vote in November, we do exist. So in the fairness and transparency, and in the spirit of getting it right, I now would like to make a motion to postpone, table, whatever the right word is, item 12C from the agenda to a future meeting date.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to ask a question before we vote on that.
That's discussion, go ahead.
So, and not to put you on the spot, Councilor Kozakowski, but I'm going to anyways. The name that you're considering, is that somebody who is considering themselves United Community Party, or is that somebody considering themselves unaffiliated? I'm not asking the name, I'm just asking what they're viewing their party as, if you don't mind.
I'm not going to speak for this individual, but I have the understanding that they would be under the United Community Party.
Thank you.
Counselor Kubowski.
They are currently unaffiliated. They are listed as unaffiliated.
Aren't we all?
No, and I understand.
No, this is where we're
No, my
coming into
question is the spirit. So are they representing themselves as part of the I understand they have to be unaffiliated right now because we don't have that legal recognition, but I'm asking, are they champion out as the United Community Party? Are they holding themselves out as, if they were a legal recognized entity right now, are they holding themselves out as UCP, or are they holding themselves out as unaffiliated?
I would say probably unaffiliated.
I stand corrected.
What was your comment?
I stand corrected.
You stand corrected? Okay, thank you. Counselor okay, Counselor Evans?
So in knowing that we are putting an unaffiliated in this position, and knowing that they are running with the intention to fulfill gaining the designation of United Community Party, if the council sets out in the creation of this resolution that that is an unaffiliated position, could not United Community Party be designated those positions regardless of the results? No, listen, because whether someone in their party decides to, you could be intentional with how the members of your intended party registers. Right, okay. You could choose to have 2 members, 1 member, not change their affiliation to fill Jan Snyder's position and fill that with an unaffiliated person for the duration of this commission with the intention of changing their affiliation at the end of their role on the commission. So it still gives you that position. You still can fill it with someone who is connected with your group and just have them hold off on their registration, their affiliation. You could be intentional. So I think we still could, as Councilor Leidecker discusses intentions and the spirit, if the spirit is that we want to designate that as an unaffiliated/United Community Party position, we state tonight that that is our intention, and after the November election, assuming you achieve your goal, you can intentionally fill that position with an unaffiliated member who has not yet changed their designation.
Councilor Kubasky?
Okay, so there's a lot of discussion today on this topic. I asked for clarification from the town attorney, which we received tonight. I would be in favor of postponing or tabling the vote, but at this point, with the explanation that I've got and the fact that it seems to match a little bit some of the things we've heard as we were petitioning to get on the ballot, if we were to move forward with this tonight, I would be a yes, but I would prefer that we do not move forward with this and we push it off until maybe after the election when there's not so much confusion.
Councilor Kozakowski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question for the town manager, but maybe the town attorney can answer it. Or maybe the mayor, you've been around for a while.
Sure, thanks.
What's the general cost of a referendum vote? Like if we were to do it outside of a regular election?
$16,000 roughly.
16?
Around there. Around
okay,
16,000.
Around 16,000, okay. So again, going back to one of my original points is that why there's no point of rushing this, because if we start if the committee starts in January, 16 months puts them to April, and then it'll be primed up for a referendum vote on the revised charter in the following November election. If we move it forward 4 months or 3 months or 3 months, that puts us in February. February. It still queues us up for the same referendum vote at the November election, unless the decision is to spend more money on another election, or not another election, another vote, a referendum vote, when it can just wait at zero additional cost for the following November.
Thank you. If
Why
I
spend the money?
Could I respond to that? And no, there is no intention to spend extra money for a special referendum to get this approved. I just want to make you aware of the timeline that it would take. There has to be 2 public hearings, I believe, at the end. There is a timeline, so you have to have your public hearings. Well, once it comes back to the council, then there would be public hearings, but then it has to go to the bond commission to be, the attorney to be able to write up the referendum, the referendum question that has to go, and that has to be done within a specific timeline also before it can even be put onto the ballot. So there is a timeline at the end of all of this. And if we did it in January and wrapped it up in April or whatever you're saying, it still isn't enough time to get it all presented and get it on the November ballot, because there is a timeline that has to take place. So with all that taking into consideration, and you can help me with the timeline of whatever happens at the end.
Yeah, I think it would be, the 16 months is just for the period of time for the Charter Revision Commission to report back to the town council. Then there's a series, as the mayor said, there's a public hearing, at least 2, that the town council has to have. Then the form of the questions on the ballot has to get submitted to the Secretary of State for the November election. It's tight as it is now. If you were to vote on it tonight, it would be even tighter if you had to vote on it down the road. Doable, but tight. Just be aware of the timeframes. And there's no requirement, I could also add, there's no requirement that the 16 months that's in the proposed resolution is the statutory maximum, right? You could tell the Charter Revision Commission to get their job done sooner in terms of your timing. So just.
So, but if through the mayor, so I heard the word doable. So if the 16 months were completed in April, public hearings in May, June, it could be wrapped up in the end of June, July. I'm sure we have a phenomenal town attorney. He can draft up a quick little question. The tax, I can write it right now, do you approve the, revised charter? Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a far.
It goes to a special counsel to write the referendum question, does it not? And they have 90 days before something that it has to be written by. There is a whole massive timeline on the end process of all of this. Go ahead.
No, I had given you a timeline once before. I don't have it here in front of me tonight. It is doable. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you.
It's doable.
But tight, but doable.
Tight, but doable.
Tight. So instead of being pressured or tight or rushing anyone or anything else to get this in a comfortable timeline and to revisit or look at or to change or what have you, or to get this in a comfortable timeline or other meetings that may take place, that is why moving forward this evening would make sense. So do we have a, are you looking up the timeline, Mr. Maniscalco? Councilor Lydecker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think I'm still struggling a little bit with this, especially given Councilor Kozakowski's statement that he may have a person. I don't want to take advantage of the fact that maybe they didn't have enough time to speak with this party. I kind of want to revive Councilor Evans' suggestion. I hate even numbers because my pessimistic brain always talks about how people are not, you always need that tiebreaker. But if we're trying to represent the town, whether it's unaffiliated or UCP in those positions, do we want to consider a little more discussion on Councilor Evans' request for maybe 8, and then the unaffiliated / spirit of UCP gets another slot?
Thank you, Councilor Lydecker. Councilor Siracuse?
We're still on the discussion on pushing the timeline, right? Okay. I think we've waited, 50 some odd years? I think we can wait another couple of months before we push this through. And then, I'm still finding it really hard to swallow how we keep talking about the community and why is it so, I guess, bad to think of having 3 from each? I mean, if the unaffiliated are the true majority of our town, why are we talking about giving them 1 or 2, if not an equal amount for everybody? 9 is an odd number, should make some people happy. And really, I see these names of the Democrats on here. They're going to do a fantastic job. We all know our people that we talk to on a day-to-day basis, and that they're going to be dedicated and they're going to do a really amazing job. And I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to hear who Councilor Kozakowski has in mind as well. So I'm hoping that we, push this to a further date and we can talk about this more.
Councilor Kubasky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Councilor Lydecker said, I'm not a fan of the even numbers either. And especially on something as important as this, you can have very lengthy battles and have a 4-4 tie that goes forward. I think at our next meeting, I'm sure I'm going to get kicked in the stomach repeatedly. I think adding that 8th spot still does nothing more for the party. It still has to be unaffiliated. It doesn't change that it's going to be a UCP slot. And I just, for something that's this important, I just don't like the even numbers. I think it opens it up to other issues. There's going to be enough conversation in the room already, and I don't see it being helpful to add more conversation because it's a 4-4 vote.
Thank you, Councilor Kabowski. Any other comments right now? Councilor Siracusa.
I'd be interested to hear, Councilor Kapikoski, what number, you weren't here when we voted on the number, just out of curiosity, what number makes you comfortable?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Last meeting, we all shared a number and voted on that number. It started with 5, and we ended up, bumping it up with 7, and we all shared what number we believed would be good. The town attorney drafted up a number that was 9, and I asked him if that was good for a town of our size, and he seemed to think that it was. But I just want to give you an opportunity to give a number since you didn't have a chance to.
My own personal thought is I think 9 is too many because now you've got a lot of ideas getting thrown around. I think the ideas that are brought forward, there needs to be focus on those, and I think 5 or 7 seems to me to be a more manageable number of members on the committee.
Thank you. I'm thoroughly lost. I believe that we have a motion on the floor to postpone this, but I thought I had something on there for a friendly amendment to add that paragraph.
I don't know, there was never a motion to amend. There was a discussion between you and me, but then there was a motion to postpone and a second by Mr. Siracusa.
Okay, thank you. So is there any other discussion on the postponing of this agenda item to the next meeting? Any further discussion? Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
The motion was to a future meeting, not the next meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, future meeting. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're very welcome.
So all those in favor, so I take a vote on that now, right, Counselor? All those in favor?
Aye. If I may, point of order?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to be clear, as I'm going through all this, so we can push it, awesome, that's fine. However, as we're talking about being non-political, is the issue not having the UCP on this charter? If we were to vote on it, is that the issue? I just want to be clear on what the issue.
I think I discussed like 4 or 5 issues with us.
Right, but
I'll reiterate them if you want. But
no.
You
don't need to
discussed it.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. I just want to make sure because let's understand each other. With all due respect, you're fired up, and I get that. I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure because even as Councilor Siracusa said, 3, 3, and 3. So it doesn't matter who it is. If it was to be even, that doesn't matter. Let's talk bare bones. At the end of the day, we're sitting here saying it's not supposed to be political. It is political. Or else we wouldn't, no, it doesn't have to be. However, we had 7 and we discussed it in our last meeting. And we didn't get into this back and forth. And I appreciate it because then it gives me something else to think about. However, I just want to make sure that if we move it, again, which I have no problem with doing, I don't want to continue to kick this can down the road. And right now, that's what we've been doing, COVID notwithstanding. And so I just want to make sure that, heaven forbid, if the Democrats win a majority again, or heaven forbid, if UCP wins the majority, or heaven forbid, the Republicans win a majority, we're still going to kick this down the road because we're not being political. That's all. I just want to make sure that we're not doing that.
No,
that's all.
I agree this shouldn't be political. I think it was made political. And I think we need to find a way to get away from that. And I think the best thing to do is to not jam this in now and wait until we have our election and the smoke clears. Any new members at the table has their opportunity to bring their voice, whether it's at the council or on the, as a representative on that commission. That's the end game.
Thank you. Counselor Evans.
Not my initial interpretation of the scenario, but I do feel like it is making it political to wait, because in doing that, it is making an effort to make sure that those spots are secured by a party that does not currently exist. Whereas the intention is to make sure that you do have representation at the table. I don't think this is going to happen, but if no UCP unaffiliated members were to be elected, you would no longer have a seat at the table. You would no longer have a say in the makeup of this commission. At this moment, you have a say. So to me, I think this is the time to do it if you want to make sure that you have representation.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say in the discussion of that this is definitely political, and it's turning political because presently as you're sitting here as unaffiliates. So really, to make this even more political, of which we could, of which we're not doing, is it could be 4 Democrats, 2 unaffiliates, and 1 Republican, because the Republican is 1 person on our council. So that could change the whole membership of this also. So that's not happening. That is not happening. So let us be happy with what we have here before us, and moving forward in postponing this, that's what the question is right now. And that is not political. This is not political. But presently where we sit, and the majority is the Democrats on this council, absolutely. So bringing this forward, absolutely. We listen to the people, and that's what we're doing. So let us move forward with the vote, and the vote is to postpone this to a future meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstention? Not hearing any. Can we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Longo? Counselor Evans?
No.
Counselor Kabowski?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez? Mayor Pendleton?
No.
Deputy Mayor King?
Yes.
Counselor Kozakowski?
Yes.
Counselor Lidecker?
No.
Counselor Siracusa?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
4 yes, 5 no.
So it's 5 noes to postpone this. So this is coming up this evening as a vote. So now we'll go back to the friendly amendment to include that paragraph, to have the paragraph written in there that any vacancies that occurred are replaced by the same, even though that's where it's written in the charter, please. Counselor? Town attorney, sorry. We're counselors.
I would just say then that if you want to make a friendly amendment, that it would be whereas pursuant to Charter Section 208, in filling any vacancy, the town council shall select a person of the same political party as that of the former incumbent unless the incumbent is a non-registered voter, in which case his successor shall be a non-registered voter.
Thank you. Counselor Lidecker? Can you make that friendly amendment? Microphone. Thank you.
I move to add after the 5th, whereas that pursuant to Town Charter Section 208, that a party must, pursuant to the Charter Section 208, the party being replaced must be filled with the same affiliation as the party being replaced.
The vacancy filled.
The vacancy filled.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Not hearing any? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Point of order?
Yes.
Just want to make sure, and we're adding Jessica
That's already been done.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, thank you. The motion carries for that friendly amendment. And now we're moving on to the resolution. Councilor Lydecker, your light is on. So I've detailed in discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Roll call, please.
Counselor Longo? Counselor Evans?
Yes.
Counselor Kabowski?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pendleton?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor King?
Yes.
Counselor Kozakowski?
No.
Counselor Lydecker?
Yes.
Counselor Siracusa?
No.
Roll call, please.
7 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Now moving on, we are now into the new business, 13A discussion item, Assistant Planner, Director of Planning, Ms. Michelle Light.
Do you want me to?
Please, I'm sorry, just a minute.
Yeah, so I'll just start real quick and lead you in. So essentially, in the last budget approval, we had a position that was created and approved for a joint position, Economic Development Assistant Planner position. We've gone out to the market twice trying to find somebody to apply to this position even and fill it. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to find anybody of quality or even in certain instances, applicants. So as a result, we've kind of been taking a relook at that, and we really feel that the assistant planner's position has a bit more priority than the economic development position at this red hot moment due to potential impending retirements in the next few years and some succession planning requirements that we would like to start meeting. So with that, I don't know if you have anything additional, Michelle, that you'd like to add or.
Thank you. So yeah, just to reiterate, the original budget proposal I had was for an assistant planner position, and through the process, we fortunately approved a much different position, assistant director with economic development. We didn't have a single candidate that was even worth entertaining to come and interview with. Unfortunately, throughout the summer, we did have it advertised. So again, I'm back here hoping for an assistant planner position. Again, this would be just kind of a entry level or that kind of planning position. A lot of duties like to train somebody in zoning enforcement because we are required to have a zoning enforcement officer. Again, Pam in my office is kind of like me, we're getting older. I also, with housing committee that you're going to be initiating, we have a lot of housing work to do. And also there's an economic development component that back in the days when I was an assistant planner, I used to do some tracking of square footages and things like that have kind of gone by the wayside that I'd really like to see us start tracking our economic development a little bit more from the planning perspective. So those are some of the goals I have for a planning position if we move forward with that.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Michelle? Deputy Mayor King.
This is, have we already budgeted this?
We did.
What is the, I'm sorry, I apologize.
He can answer.
Yep. Yeah, so this was a position that we approved in the budget.
Yep.
Or I shouldn't say approved, but funded in the budget. So there's funding available for it, so it's not like any additional cost to taxpayers or anything of that nature. Essentially, we do have an assistant planner's position, I believe, already in our schedule of positions. It's just currently listed as unfunded since we did this other joint position. So probably what we're looking to do, if this seems like it's something the council is willing to or interested in entertaining, we'd be coming back to your next meeting with some type of a resolution to make that change.
So follow up to that, through you, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
Is, what would be the max salary for this person? Based on what we, yep.
Yeah, so I think, we're really looking for a transition type position that can transition into Michelle's position, potentially into the director of planning position in the future. So I think we would have to sit down and take another quick look at what the salaries would be, but it wouldn't be more than what's currently there, probably be maybe even a little less, but not much.
Okay. The only reason that I asked
Exact number, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, and the only reason that I asked that question is I didn't want that, even based off of who we may or may not get, for that to be an impediment for what we obviously know is an important position.
Definitely.
So that's the reason.
I think we have enough breathing room in there to get somebody who's really good quality.
Okay, that's the reason I asked that. Thank you.
Councilor Evans?
I was just curious because initially the other part of the position was the economic development piece. How are we compensating for that, or what will happen to that piece that was expected to be in that role?
Sure. So, you know, the request for the economic development piece came from our budget policy statement that we had that came to myself and the staff. You know, we've run a pretty robust economic development, how do I say it, economic development program for the town, in the town of South Windsor, through multiple different departments. And part of, earlier on today when we introduced our health director, I said something about the South Windsor Way. And I think it's important to understand part of that, and Michelle would probably jump on board with that, is we do a really good job at making sure that new businesses understand what they need to do, how to do it, where to do it, who to meet with, and it's really a team effort. Michelle and some of her other colleagues upstairs meet with new businesses and, you know, walk them through the process very well. As a part of our reorganization that we recently did, we kind of combined a lot of those development divisions together underneath one umbrella and one supervisor, so that way they are better coordinated. And Mr. Roberts has kind of taken the lead on some of that and doing that coordination piece. And I think we've seen that's working out pretty well so far. So from that perspective, that's kind of how we're meeting that need, even though it's not one specific person. I think together as a team, we're really meeting it equally.
So in an ideal world, you would still find someone that filled those two kind of positions, but we have found ways to fulfill the economic development role, and we still have a very strong need for an assistant planner. Is that kind of what you're,
correct?
To summarize what you're
So
saying?
I mean, when we work in these types of positions, I think we kind of joke sometimes amongst other managers that we improvise, adapt, and overcome when needed. And you know, this is one of those scenarios where, you know, do we have all the resources we would really want to be able to do both positions? No. And does it make sense? We attempted to try to stick them together and see if that could work. Unfortunately, that didn't work in today's market. So now we're stuck in a new scenario where we're trying to adapt and figure out new ways to make it all happen.
Thank you for that explanation.
Councilor Longo?
I don't know if I missed, you know, maybe someone asked this already, but I got a sense of urgency about this position because some people might be, you know, retiring or moving away. So what is the time frame we are looking at, like from when you know, call for the position? I know you'll try to hire the best person, so, but, you know, how urgent is it and how soon do you want this filled?
Yeah, so I mean, unfortunately, sorry to talk about you, Michelle, but Michelle's going to probably leave us with some really big shoes to fill. You know, she's got a legacy of experience that I don't think is going to be very easy to find somebody to just slide right into. So, I mean, from a transition standpoint and a long-term standpoint, we would, ideally, from my perspective, I would like somebody to be able to come in and learn her job and learn what the South Windsor way is over a few years. That being said, just to hire somebody is usually a multiple-month process, maybe a little bit more than that. So we're in September now, October, probably, you know, I'm thinking if you guys approve this in, let's just say October timeframe, we would probably get something out November, late November. We're probably talking December, January, when we could maybe start talking to somebody starting.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Kozakowski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not surprised that we had no viable candidates for the combined position. I called it during the budget hearing. It's nice to be validated once in a while. But so I was probably one of the biggest advocate to have an economic development director position created for the town. I guess I failed in explaining the benefits of having somebody in that singular role would be. Save that for another budget cycle. I totally understand repositioning this position to just be an assistant planner position. So I guess to my question, what type of candidate are you looking for? Somebody newish to the profession, or somebody more seasoned?
I was an assistant planner for the town for 25 years, and I came in here with no experience at all, 1 year of experience. And I learned from very early on. I would like to get someone a little bit younger in the profession, not somebody that's, 10 or 12 years in the profession. But I think those are some discussions that we want to have as far as the position, because an assistant planner versus an assistant director of planning are two very different positions. So I think we probably need to strategize a little bit more exactly the role we want this person to have, because it's two different choices. Building our department so that when I do leave, you don't just replace me with this person, but you replace above this person, or are we looking for just to move somebody up? I think, again, I was an assistant planner for 25 years. There's plenty of work for me during that time. For the last 12 years, I have not had an assistant planner, and I will be honest with you, there's a lot of things that don't get done that used to get done that I think were a benefit to the town. So on whatever level we decide, whether it is a beginning level planner or somebody with more experience, there's going to be plenty of work to do, and there's plenty of ways that we can help, particularly the economic development part of it. A lot of my role is helping people through the process, so we can train that. So to answer your question, we need assistance in my department. I don't want to put somebody in up so high that they have high expectations, because a lot of it's just that basic day-to-day planning stuff that we need to get done. So.
Okay, great. I had some comments, whichever way you went. So I guess with that light, what I suggest is looking at this job description and go take a look at programs of planning programs in colleges, see what students are learning now, maybe catch the right topics, the right keywords that are going to clue in and be attractive to these types of candidates for the position.
Sure, because we do a lot with our GIS mapping systems and things like that, and it wouldn't hurt to get somebody who has some of those strengths in our, so there definitely are different areas of planning we could look to focus on. Yeah. Being a small town, we're kind of a jack of all trades. We're not pigeonholed into one area or another, so it's kind of a very broad overall planning kind of role.
Yeah, so it's knowing that the job pool is small for this profession. Creating the position, yes, to suit the needs of the town and your department, but also make it attractive for people that would be applying, that would be looking for those types of jobs. So kind of finding the compromise and marriage between the two as you and Vanessa and town manager develop this job description suggestion. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, I have one that just occurred. Have we considered, town manager, and I see Vanessa in the back as well, with this position being so integral, and even and I'm reminded of my executive recruiting days when I used to be a headhunter, and we did have to formulate job descriptions with certain keywords, especially now more than ever, because that was over a decade ago. That's what kids do. They type in keywords, and if it doesn't come up, then it's not realized. So to follow up on Councilor Kozakowski's point, if it is that integral, which we all agree that it is, have we considered a headhunter? Because there's and maybe that payout is a percentage of whatever the salary is that we end up hiring that person at.
Yeah, so, and I bet Councilor Kozakowski can speak a little bit more to this being in the planning realm. But I think there's certain places that you put these jobs in certain job boards and announce them, like is it the AICP? I'm sure they have a job board. ICMA has a job board. CCM has a job board. You put it in those locations, and individuals who are keyed into those types of professions typically will look in those locations. That being said, if we do get to a point where we struggle, there are recruitment firms out there for public sector positions similar to this type of position if we really need to, that could do something of a more national nature that would
Right.
draw from all across the country. That of course comes with a cost that we would have to consider, but if we find ourselves in that position, we would be having that conversation.
Okay, that was just a thought based off of what you were saying. I apologize. Are there any other questions for Ms. Light at this point? No? Thank you, Michelle.
No, I did have one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm still very confused about the whole timeline, I'm sorry.
The whole what?
The time frame in mind, because, I heard some numbers thrown out that Michelle might, be moving on in 3 or 4 years, but you yourself talked about having spent 25 years as an assistant planner. And, and here the requirements for work require 1 year experience as a municipal or regional planner. So I don't know what's the level of expertise you expect. You certainly don't want somebody who's going to train for 20 years, right?
Yeah, I think that, again, I think we're here tonight to see if you have an appetite for an assistant planner, and I think then we need to kind of work out what exactly, whether it's a beginning level planner or mid-level, because what we created through the budget has not been successful, so.
All right. So the job description might change, right?
Correct. That was the original job description when I first started the budget process before we kind of evolved everything.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Light? Seeing none, thank you very much. It looks, Matt, you know what it is? Karen, get bottles
big
in
water
the way.
I just have a
I
quick
apologize.
question. No problem. Once, you do retire, and the assumption would be that the assistant planner would take on that new role, is that job going to stick? The assistant planner?
Well, I think I think what we would do is we would probably evaluate the workload at that time. We did a similar scenario in our building department where we hired an assistant building official and with the intention that the building official was going to retire. And at that time, we did some reevaluation of how much work is actually going on in the department, how much construction is actually happening in the community. And based upon that, at this time, we've decided to keep both at this red hot moment,
I guess this is what 25 years of assistant planning, turns into a phenomenal person. Maybe that assistant planner position, the salary could drop down, and then you can seek somebody new and fresh, once that new person does step into the top role, so it doesn't necessarily have to be such a high salary, such a juicy job description, but more so, hey, this could be, a future for you to step into a promising career. So, maybe it stays as a job, but one that kind of gets downgraded a bit once that person steps into their main role.
Yeah, I agree with you. And one thing I think a lot of our staff would probably say, and if you look through previous budgets, I do like to keep our staff as lean as possible. I don't really like to have anything that's too top-heavy at all. That being said, I would also suggest that we do a really good job at developing our employees here. And as a result, a lot of municipalities do look at our employees as some of the cream of the crop, for lack of a better term, and we've experienced having a number of our employees poached from us as a result, so that is something to be aware of as well, is we don't want to have a scenario where we're training somebody to only work for another community and do good work for them, so.
Go ahead, you can take over still. That's fine.
All right, are there any other questions from Michelle at this point? So I know we usually take a roll and just see if everybody's in agreement with moving this forward, the assistant planner position, so hands up, is that how we usually do
A
it?
consensus?
A consensus, thank you. So we're all in agreement that we want to move this position forward?
And you're going to come back, Mr. Maniscalco, with an explanation at the next meeting?
Yeah, we would bring a resolution back to you and all the formal documents to look at for your next
Along with the
meeting.
salary and everything else and all the information. Thank you. Thank you. You'll be a happy girl, won't you?
I will. Thank you very much.
And they'll be in position, an assistant planner will be in position for the next 7 years to learn from you, right?
I'm not sure if 7's the right
I'm
number, but
trying.
yes.
I'm trying.
Heard it was 10.
I just have to say I wasn't poached, so I'm still here.
Okay, moving on. We are now going into executive session. Deputy Mayor King, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Get to the page, please. Move that we go into executive session, inviting the HR, the town manager, Michael Maniscalco, as well as the assistant town manager, Mr. Roberts, as well as our HR director, I hope I got the title correct, Ms. Vanessa Perry, to discuss A, strategy and negotiation regarding collective bargaining between the town of South Windsor and Local 1303-488 of Council Number 4, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. B, the tax fixing agreement between the town of South Windsor and Longleaf Developers LLC, as well as C, personnel issue, which is the performance evaluation of the town manager, Michael Maniscalco. And then we'll be back.
Yeah, is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. We will return after executive session. Thank you. I'd like to resume the town council meeting. Thank you for your patience. We are now on item 13B, discussion item, implementation of the updated strategic plan. Councilor Kozakowski, please.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Given the hour, I think we can push this discussion to the next meeting.
If you would like to do that, you want to make a motion to do that?
Motion to move the discussion on the Strategic Planning Committee to the next meeting.
Okay. We're postponing it to the next meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries. Moving on, Councilor Kubaski.
Thank you,
13C.
Madam Mayor, item 13C, resolution to declare and certify the abandonment of Collins Lane between Sand Hill Road and Sullivan Avenue, Connecticut Route 174 in the town of South Windsor, Connecticut. Whereas the town of South Windsor is vested with the care and control of all town-owned roadways, bridges, paths, and whereas the town has maintained a road named Collins Lane, which has been part of the municipal road system tying Sullivan Avenue and Sand Hill Road together for an unknown period of time. Whereas the state of Connecticut developed Sullivan Avenue into what is now known as Connecticut Route 174 in the mid-1950s, and whereas the property owners adjacent to Collins Lane became the primary users of Collins Lane once Sullivan Avenue was extended to become Connecticut Route 174, and whereas the town has determined that no substantial public purpose would be served by maintaining Collins Road as a public road, and whereas the town council has submitted a Connecticut General Statutes 8-24 referral to the Town of South Windsor Planning and Zoning Commission, and whereas the Town of South Windsor Planning and Zoning Commission provided a favorable ruling to the abandonment of Collins Lane at their August 15th, 2023 meeting, and whereas the town has notified all adjacent landowners of the town's intent to abandon Collins Lane, and whereas the adjacent landowners are favorable to the abandonment of Collins Lane, and whereas the mayor and town council, in the exercise of their sound judgment and discretion, after considering all the implications involved and keeping in mind the public interest and welfare of the residents of South Windsor, have determined that abandoning Collins Lane is a public right-of-way, would be advantageous to and would best benefit the residents of the town. And whereas the town now wishes to declare Collins Lane as abandoned and to authorize the town manager to proceed with any and all steps required to legally transfer ownership of Collins Lane to the two abutting landowners, and whereas the map depicting abandonment of Collins Lane can be described as splitting the road known as Collins Lane in half along its entirety, with those halves now belonging to the adjacent property owners referred to as parcels number 2190008, 2190002, and 873013000, as shown as on the map entitled Map Depicting Abandonment on Collins Lane, dated September 18th, 2023.
Sorry, is there a second?
Madam
Is there any
Mayor,
discussion? Yes, please.
Just briefly, it says Connecticut Route 174. It's actually Connecticut Route 194. I think there's a
In which
typo.
paragraph is that in?
The 1, 2, 3, 4th whereas.
1, 2, 3, 4. I am. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I apologize.
And actually in the
There we
title
are.
as well. It says 174.
Oh, instead of 174, it's 194?
Correct.
And that's also in paragraph 3, too, also. In a minute.
You could probably make a friendly amendment to change
Yep.
any.
So is there anywhere else that it's saying in the title also? Okay. Could we have a friendly amendment then to correct the 174 to the 194 in this resolution, please?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Not here. Go ahead.
Oh, on the amendment, no discussion.
Yeah, on the amendment. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The 194 is changed to 174. And now going back to the original resolution as amended, we have a first, and we have a second, correct? And we're on the discussion? Did we get a second? Yeah, we had a second. So is there a discussion? Councilor Lydecker.
I would like to make a friendly amendment. We don't have it now, therefore be it resolved, which I believe we need at the end of the resolution. So I would make a friendly amendment, just adding a paragraph, now therefore be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council deems Collins Lane between Sand Hill Road and Sullivan Ave, Connecticut Route 194 as abandoned.
Second.
Any discussion on the friendly amendment? Not hearing any. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. That motion for the friendly amendment for the now therefore it be resolved. And you can get that wording to Amanda Poma, our clerk of the council, unless she can take it from the minutes, from the recording. And now we're back to changing, approving the amended original resolution. And all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries. And now moving on, we are on 13D. Deputy Mayor King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution approving an offer of a tax fixing agreement.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe it's
Yeah,
11
right.
o'clock. We need to make an extension for the meeting. If someone would like to make a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes so we can wrap it. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The meeting will continue until 11:15. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution approving an offer of a tax fixing agreement with Longleaf Developers LLC. Whereas a request for a tax fix has been received from Longleaf Developers LLC, a Connecticut limited liability company having an address of 145 Hudson Street, Suite 6C, New York, New York, 10013 for development of real property located at Evergreen Walk, 151 Buckland Road, Unit 7C, South Windsor, Connecticut, the property. And whereas the Town of South Windsor's Tax Partnership Program, established pursuant to Connecticut General Statute Section 12-65B, is intended to encourage the development and expansion of quality businesses in town through tax and other economic incentives, and is designed to retain and attract businesses that will generate substantial additional tax revenues and employment opportunities for the town while providing quality goods and services. And whereas at the Economic Development Commission meeting held on June 28, 2023, the commission reviewed and recommends that a 10-year tax fixing agreement, be offered for the development of the property upon the application of Continental Global Venture LLC. And whereas Longleaf Developers LLC is an affiliate company of Continental Global Venture LLC and will be the property owner subject to the agreement. And whereas the town manager recommends pursuant to said agreement that the agreement be offered to Longleaf Developers LLC as an incentive to invest an estimated $455,200 in total cost for the development of 165 housing units, where 21 of the total units will be affordable workforce units, which will be assessed by the town to result in a tax levy of $2,500 per workforce unit per year for 5 years of the agreement, and 144 of the total units will be market rate units, which will be assessed by the town to result in a tax levy of $2,800 per market rate unit per year for 5 years of the agreement. Now therefore, be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council is pleased to offer the agreement for 10 years between the town and Longleaf Developers LLC, commencing with the grand list following the date of the certificate of occupancy issued for each unit constructed on the property, provided, however, that if such assessment is changed by any future town reevaluation, the new assessed value of the property shall be reduced by the percentage applicable to the year within the agreement period such as the assessment is changed. And be it further resolved that the South Windsor Town Council's offer to Longleaf Developers LLC of this agreement is conditioned upon Longleaf Developers LLC, number one, meeting the estimated $455,200 construction cost figure and agreeing to the fixed tax figures, and number two, continuing to pay the real estate taxes on the property for each unit for a minimum of 10 years from the date the certificate of occupancy for each unit is issued. Number three, if Longleaf Developers LLC fails to meet any of these conditions, Longleaf Developers LLC shall refund the town of South Windsor all the tax benefit reductions it has received, and be it further resolved that the South Windsor Town Council's offer is contingent upon the execution of a written facts fixing agreement by Longleaf Developers LLC reflecting the terms set forth in the resolution and such other terms as the town may require.
Is there a second? Second. And any discussion? Councilor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion for a couple of friendly fixings. First of all, in the first paragraph, where it says a request for tax abatement, proposing a request for tax fixing
agreement. Yeah. So in the first whereas, it's going to say instead of tax abatement, it's tax fixing agreement.
Yep.
Okay, that's the first friendly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the other one is on the fifth paragraph on the amount of $455,000 to $200. which is the estimated total cost for the development. The actual estimated total cost for the development is $28,450,814.
And is that in the last paragraph?
No.
Or in the last sentence of the,
It's in the fifth one, and
the
it's
second.
further resolved.
28,000 what?
$28,450,814.
814?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So it's in both spots.
Okay.
So it's there.
Yep. Okay.
I'm fine with
Is there any discussion on the friendly, is there a second on the,
And
go ahead.
And the last paragraph, prior to last paragraph, third line, meeting that's estimated for 155,200. It's also should be 28 million.
28 million?
150 at 814.
Okay.
Oh, it's 28,455,000, is that what you're saying?
450, 814. 28, 450, 814. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And any discussion? Okay, all those in favor on the friendly amendment? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any, the motion carries on the friendly amendment. Now going back to the regular resolution. Is there any discussion on the regular resolution? Councilor Kozakowski.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of deficiencies I've seen this. First, this project, as I understand it, doesn't even have site plan approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Am I correct?
Say that. What
I
don't they have?
When I went onto I went to figure out what this project is because there's no plan reference. In this resolution, I went to go see what's out there, and then I noticed that it's a pending application with the Planning and Zoning Commission scheduled to go to a meeting on September 26th.
Well, my understanding it's already been approved at planning and zoning. No?
Can you come to the microphone, please?
In talking to Michelle, the original Evergreen Walk Agreement, which is the big picture, has been for the, was it a zone change or some sort, was approved. The site plan has not been approved. That is what's coming up for the site plan approval. But the overall general plan, I think it's called, it was discussed and approved as part of that with planning and zoning, according to Michelle.
Okay, so as I understand it, the general plan was amended. Yes, I do remember that about a year ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Correct.
But this abatement is fixed to a plan of constructing these types of 165 units in a certain configuration with, a site plan approval is a number of units constructed in a certain configuration with a certain parking, grading, drainage, other infrastructure, community spaces, everything. That's all tied to a site plan. None of that is referenced here. What in this resolution is basically a blanket statement of whatever 165 units he builds, we will, sorry, wrong word, or give a tax fixing agreement to. So I don't think that's the right way to go. I think this should wait until there's an actual plan to reference in the resolution itself, because then we know what we are fixing, well, what we would be voting on when that time comes.
I mean, I know we've had, the developer came and did an entire presentation for the EDC with, what do you call it, facades that showed us exactly what everything, brought us the site plan that's in front of planning and zoning. So I would assume, and I'm sorry, assuming is a bad word, I know sometimes, but that is what's in front of planning and zoning now. Obviously, planning and zoning could make recommendations for changing of it. We do have the developer here. You could ask him questions if you want to, and certainly it's your prerogative to postpone if you want for another meeting to make that other meeting happen. But if there's questions on the quality of the product and what is going to be proposed by the developer, he's here to answer questions tonight if you'd like to, or
You know, if you guys wish to postpone, I guess, you know, certainly that would be your prerogative to do so at this point.
Councilor
That's where I stand. I mean, I think, you know, I have all the faith and trust in the developer to say what he was going to do, but how can we create a legal agreement without knowing exactly what we're making agreement to?
Then why didn't you bring this up when we were in executive session when we were discussing this?
Because that wasn't about
It was?
Well, I'm bringing it up now.
Okay, we did discuss this in executive session, and so with that not being pointed out to us, now you're pointing out to us that we shouldn't be doing a tax fixation agreement before it goes to planning and zoning. We're putting the cart before the horse is basically what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so if you'd like to make a motion to postpone this to the next regular meeting?
I'll make a motion to postpone this item to the next meeting following a site plan approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, so there is already a motion on the floor to approve this, and if you withdraw your motion to approve this, then we can move the motion to postpone it until the Planning and Zoning.
So moved.
And remove the second on it, and then go ahead with your, now we have a motion on the floor to postpone this to the meeting after the approval of the Planning and Zoning. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No abstentions?
No abstentions? Okay, I didn't hear a whole lot of ayes. Can we go through this again?
We weren't given a chance to discuss. I mean,
Oh,
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
couple questions on postponing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead with discussion. I apologize.
Thank you. I guess, I mean, the two questions that I have off the top of my head is, because I believe this is the same developer as Evergreen, was this the same process? Did the tax fixing agreement go in before a site plan? Are we doing what precedent has already set for us, would be one. And two, are there going to be financial ramifications to the developer that the site plan can't go through and then something changes in this if we're postponing it? And I don't know who wants to take those two questions.
Yeah, so I can't speak specifically to this scenario. When the previous Tempo apartments were approved for a tax fixing agreement, but I can tell you historically the process was a bit different. During my predecessor, and tax agreements were approved prior to getting through planning and zoning. That was not uncommon. That being said, the developer's here, and I'm sure if he would like to speak to his, the financial implications potentially, I would offer that opportunity.
Yeah. As to your first question, I'm going back to, Howard Rappaport, Longleaf. There you go. Sorry, Howard Rappaport, Longleaf Developers. As to your first question, it's my recollection that in 2015, the tax fixing agreement was voted on after the Planning and Zoning Commission voted on the application. So that's my recollection. I can't say that for certain, but it is my recollection. I want to answer your second question, but if you could just restate it so I make sure I understand it.
I'm just curious if there's going to be any financial implications to you being able to move forward in building this project if this isn't being done today, and does this potentially change the agreement depend on what goes through planning and zoning?
I don't think that there are financial ramifications if it's not voted on today. As to what could change at the Planning and Zoning Commission, theoretically they could impose some condition that I'm not contemplating right now, which could change the economics of the project. I'm not trying to evade your question. I can't answer it much better than that.
No, and I appreciate the,
Yeah.
I think I got the information
Yeah.
that I needed,
Okay.
so I do appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on postponement of this resolution until the next meeting after the meeting after it's approved at planning and zoning? Any other comment?
My only request would be, if this, when this does come back to us, if we can have it a little bit earlier in the evening, This gentleman waited until 11:15 for us to say no tonight and table this. So maybe when we recreate an agenda, let's put him a little bit further up
It
on
would
the
have been
agenda.
nice if we heard about this earlier in the meeting, so we could have. Sorry, sir, for all your wait of this evening. I appreciate you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. Please put it on the next, once the planning and zoning, if they approve it, please. Moving on. Another motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes, please. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. Councilor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution authorizing the town manager, Michael Maniscalco, to execute and deliver any and all document deemed to be necessary or appropriate to the State of Connecticut Department of Emergency Management and Homeland Security on behalf of the town of South Windsor. Be it resolved that the town of South Windsor may enter into, with, and deliver to the State of Connecticut Department of Emergency Management and Homeland Security any and all documents which it deems necessary or appropriate for the Memorandum of Agreement regarding use of federal fiscal year 2022 state Homeland Security grant funding and custodial ownership of regional assets in DEMHS Region 3. And be it further resolved that Michael Maniscalco, town manager of the town of South Windsor, is hereby authorized and directed to execute and deliver any of and all documents on behalf of the town of South Windsor, and to do and perform all acts and things which he deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of the Memorandum of Agreement regarding use of federal fiscal year 2022 state Homeland Security grant funding and custodial ownership of regional assets in DEMHS Region 3, including but not limited to executing and delivery all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Maniscalco, any discussion? I would like to change, if I could, just have a discussion here. In the last paragraph, it says perform all acts and things. I would like to change the word things to something, please, other than things.
This is the
Action?
standard format resolution that's provided by the state that they need approved. So,
Did the state write this resolution?
correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we change the word things to something? Not stuff, no. Let's change things to something, please. All acts and what?
Aspects?
All acts and aspects. Tasks, acts and tasks. All aspects and tasks. Acts and tasks. I can't even say it, Anitha. That's not going to work. Karen, come on, you got a good one. Between you and Merrick, you can figure out something. Acts and not things. Deliver all documents on behalf of the town of South Windsor to do and perform all acts and.
So if that's the case,
Why do we have to have things in there?
Just
You
perform
just
all,
say acts?
just perform all actions.
All actions. There we go. All actions.
Just
Forget
yeah.
acts and things.
which he deems to be necessary.
All actions which he deems to be necessary. How is that, Mr. Maniscalco? Can you live with that?
I hope the state can.
I hope the state can too, because I don't like the word things. Thank you. Is all of those in favor on that friendly? Oh, is there a second to that friendly? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Go ahead. Nothing? Great. Okay. All those in favor of the amended resolution? Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? None hearing. Thank you. The motion carries. And moving on now to Councilor Evans, please.
Resolution accepting the resignation of Carolyn Emerson from the Arts Commission. Be it resolved that the South, excuse me. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby accepts with regret the resignation of Carolyn Emerson from the Arts Commission effective September 1, 2023. Be it further resolved that the South Windsor Town Council extends its thanks to Carolyn for the time she has dedicated to serving her community by her membership on the Arts Commission.
Is there a second? All those in favor of resignation? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any, thank you, the motion carries. Thank you for your involvement, Ms. Carolyn. We appreciate you and the time that you get into South Windsor. Item H, Councilor Longo, please.
Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby approves a refund of taxes to 43 South Windsor taxpayers, the total of said refunds being $27,663.66, and as more fully described on attachment Exhibit B.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you. The motion carries. Moving on to Councilor Siracusa, please.
Resolution approving an annual salary increase of 2.5% for Town Manager Michael Maniscalco for fiscal year 2023/2024. Be it resolved that the South Windsor Town Council hereby approves an annual salary increase of 2.5% for the fiscal year 2023/2024 for Town Manager Michael Maniscalco.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to make note that I didn't feel it appropriate for me to vote on this, as I haven't been on the council long enough, haven't worked with Mr. Maniscalco long enough, so I will be abstaining.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilor Longo?
Sorry? Oh,
No? Okay. Sorry. Is any other discussion? Not hearing any street lights. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Longo? Counselor Evans?
Yes.
Counselor Kabowski?
Yes.
Counselor Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pendleton?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor King?
Yes.
Counselor Kozakowski?
Yes.
Counselor Leidecker?
Yes.
Counselor Siracusa?
Abstain.
Could I have a count, please? Okay, thank you. Moving on, passage of order, oh, I'm sorry, and then it passes. Thank you. Moving on, we have passage of ordinance, none. Public input on any matter. Is there anyone from the public? There is no one here, so I will ask another time. Is there anyone from the public? Going for a third time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to the council on any matter? Not seeing anyone here, we will be moving on to communications from the council. I'm going to make this quick because I have about 7 minutes to speak, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it in 3. We've been given and passed out this evening to us Captain Thomas Jurgelis as the South Windsor Forgotten Hero. He died July 25th, 1964. We all have this document in front of us. I'm going to be taking this document along further information that's going to be given to me to the naming committee when we have our meeting. I believe it is Wednesday, or next Wednesday. I'm sorry, next Wednesday. October 4th, okay. So then we have this going to the naming committee, but I'm also going to be presenting this to the Patriotic Commission, and I'm going to be gathering more information. The family was here this evening with us, and I sent them home and told them that I would speak on their behalf. Hopefully we'll come back to the council so we can acknowledge this hero, this South Windsor hero, okay? And may I have a motion to adjourn, please? All those in second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any, we're adjourned. Thank you.